Sorry, guys. I didn't know I was on mute. Sorry. Happy Tuesday, guys. Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Guys, you know who I am. I am the chaotic truth. Guys, thank you so much for coming. We're gonna have a hell of a show tonight. Logic is on the way. I will be dropping the link very, very soon. But guys, I'm so glad that you guys have come out on this Tuesday. Guys, it's a beautiful, beautiful Tuesday. And you know, to be completely honest with you, this entire summer has been beautiful. This has been one of the most beautiful summers that I can recall in my life, my entire life. 37 years old. Um, every day has seemed like heaven from my perspective. Every day is well. It rained a few days ago, like early in the morning, but every day has been nice blue skies. Nice running weather in the morning. I do a lot of running in the morning, and I'm telling you guys, if you guys are suffering from any type of stress, if you guys are suffering from any type of depression, if you guys are looking for some sort of existential answer about yourself within the universe, guys, please go for a run. There's nothing more therapeutic than running. Nothing more therapeutic than running. And in fact, I've ran marathons before, but I'm trying, well, not trying, I'm training for my first marathon where my goal is to run a sub 3. Uh, so I don't think I will ever be able to do a sub 2:30, but I really believe that I can do a sub 3, and that's my goal for the next, I think, 8 months. I think that's when the next marathon I'm going to do. But guys, please go for a run. And again, guys, I'm sending out positivity to you all. I love you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out for the Tuesday political show. We have a great show. We will be talking about Hunter Biden, the embarrassment of a son. Well, truth be told, Joe Biden is an embarrassment too, but we're, an embarrassment, complete embarrassment, um, dope fiend, crackhead. But we're going to be talking about the laptop fiasco. And I will be dropping the link. Hopefully, there are people in the chat that will cam up that are actually experts on the topic. I am certainly not. And that's the beauty of panels. That is the beauty of panels. I am not an expert on this particular topic. However, I think this topic is very, very interesting. It's very interesting because it exposes a lot about the Biden administration. It exposes a lot about, it allows you to understand cronyism, and basically being a sorry excuse of a son who has the opportunity to have a father in positions of high power. And that's essentially what has happened here. But basically, Hunter Biden, in my opinion, the laptop controversy is probably one of the biggest, U.S. controversies or government controversies ever. And, I would love to hear your opinion on this one, guys. But guys, again, guys, I'm sending out positivity to you all. I'm just waiting until more people come into the chat so I can get into it. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Please hit a 1 if you are in a positive mode right now. And if you are, send that positivity out to people. Guys, positivity is a wave within the universe. And just like a radio wave, you could pick up that tune and do something with that tune and send that tune back out within the universe. Guys, it travels at the speed of light. So if you send it out to one of your family, friends, they will receive it instantaneously. But guys, salute to you. Jay Villa says laptop gate. Yeah, laptop gate. Absolutely. Let me see here. Somebody said I am on CP time. No, I'm not. No, it was it's a little. Well, I guess today I was. I'm not gonna give you no excuse. I guess today I was on CP time. Billy the Kid says Hunter Biden said, quote unquote, I smoked a lot of Parmesan cheese thinking it was crack. That's what he really said. Wow. I didn't know he said that. But guys, I want to give you a backstory on the situation with Hunter Biden. I want to get into it. And again, guys, the link will be dropped really soon for you guys. And everybody's hitting a 1. Thank you guys so much for hitting that 1. Guys, positivity is key to life, man. It reduces stress, man. Get away from people that say it looks like somebody has the case of the Mondays. Get away from people who say, Wednesdays are hump days. Get away from that negative energy. That's negative. That is absolutely negative. You don't need it in your life. And it is a frequency of poverty. It is a frequency of lack. And you don't want that around. You don't want to hear that frequency. You want to hear people say awesome things all the time. If you, in my opinion, let's be completely honest, if you are living in America, especially, you are in the greatest country on the planet and you have the greatest opportunities. And as long as you have air in your lungs, as long as you're breathing, and as long as you have the ability to think and do for self, man, sky's the absolute limit for you. And I'm so glad that I have individuals like you who watch and come to, not watch, but come to this platform to at least hear me out. And I love hearing you guys out as well. And thank you guys so much. Anna is still banned on the Tuesday show. Unfortunately, she was last week. She was bought out for a significant amount of money. Nevertheless, she is banned for, I believe, 8 months. So she won't be back until January of 2023. Is that 8 months from now? Let me see. I got to count on my fingers. Let me see. Yeah. 6 or 7 months. Nevertheless, somebody do the math for me. But yeah, she is banned. She is banned for a very long time. Anna, if you are in the bushes, please hit the like button. Please share this video, but you will not be allowed. You will not be allowed to come on the political show for a very, very long time. You have been bought out by your constituents. Den says, crazy thing is that the laptop leak was in 2020. And they called us conspiracy theorists because we were on it and nobody believed it was real. Could you imagine if one of the Trump kids were involved in a situation like this? Could you imagine if one of the Trump kids was hired by the company that Hunter Biden was hired by is a company called Burisma. And Burisma is a holding company for a group of energy exploration and production companies. Could you imagine if one of the Trump kids was on the board of Burisma and getting a massive salary per month not to do anything? Double standard here, guys. The Trump family, which in my opinion is one of the greatest American families of all time, and the Trump administration is one of the greatest political administrations of all time. The Trumps left the lap of luxury. Donald Trump left the lap of luxury in New York. He left his massive penthouses. He left all his business ventures to administer over a government that, for the most part, most of the people didn't even appreciate. That was very noble of him. His sons, they ceased all their business ventures. They didn't use their family's name. They didn't use their newfound political prestige to foster anonymity or to further relationships. But Hunter Biden, a crackhead. What was the word? Coddled all his damn life. He used his father's name. To get paid for positions that he was certainly not qualified for. He was never in the energy sector. Let's be completely honest. Even if you go back in time when he was the vice president, I can't remember I should have had that on the screen, but he was at MBNA, a banking institution. He had a very high position because his father. Let's be honest, he wasn't even qualified for that damn position. Valerie says, hi, CT. I am here for it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chats, guys. The service with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, man. That is a very awesome super chat. The network definitely appreciate your super chat. Thank you so much. Let me see who else is in the building. Jeffrey says, Anna is an attractive chick or chic for what it's worth, but still a straight clown. I think Jeffrey is smoking angel dust right now. But nevertheless, that is fine. Grant B says conspiracy theories in 2020 are turning into facts in 2022. Wow. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Guys, I'm still waiting for the 200 mark. I'm waiting for 200 people to get into the chat. Guys, let's get these 200 people into the chat. Let's get the likes up. And then I would love to get into the Tapione. And I'm going to drop that link in a minute. Pride Jesse, who is a member of the Lapeef Network, says, "Stop it, brother. Biden's son a disgrace to his family. For real, though." I literally said that. I literally said he's a disgrace, but the entire family in itself is a disgrace, in my opinion. I don't think that Joe Biden should have ever been the president, but that is my political belief. Let me see. Baka Soul says he left luxury for the most powerful position in the world, talking about Trump. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, again, man, you know, the White House is pretty much public housing. Trump, listen, man, let's be honest. The president only makes $500,000 a year. He left a life of luxury to pretty much get a 9 to 5. Let's be completely honest. The presidency is a 9 to 5. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. This is a great damn 9 to 5. But I got to give it to you on that. Okay, guys, we got 6 more people, and then I'm going to get into the topic. Oh, Dim wants me to remember to say allegedly, though. Wordplay got to be tight knit. They're still trying to bury this story before it gains traction. Yeah, and I'm and I understand that they're trying to bury this story, and that's good that you pointed that out. They've been trying to bury this story since it came out. Black Prophet said, "Laugh out loud. Trump ain't leave luxury. He transitioned from one luxurious role to another luxurious role." Guys, Black Prophet, I can pretty much guarantee you, sir, that you would not want to be the president of the United States of America. You think that being the president is like some movie stuff? The president of the United States of America has to work, sir. Work every damn day. It's like people who believe that the royal family just sits in some castle somewhere and just lolly-dies all day long and just prances around the castle. No, they have to do work for the queen. They have to do work, sir. They have to go to meetings with delegates. They may have to administer over some sort of conflict. Sir, these people have to work. The president has to work constantly. You're talking about maybe an 18-hour work day, sir. What do you think the president does all day? You think it's in the movies? You think it's in the movies? Come on, stop it. What's up, Kelly? How you doing? Kelly says, CT, thank you so much. Prime time with the $5 super chat says, "What's up, bro? I might jump in later if I'm not busy." Guys, it is 200 people in the chat, 200 plus people. Guys, I'm going to get into the Tapione. Pride Jesse says, "This ninja said public housing, man. You hilarious." Yeah, the White House is public housing. I don't understand. Look, many presidents have said that before. It's public housing. It is the greatest project. It's like a project building. It's pretty much the projects. It's a nice project, so I'll give you that. But it's the projects. It's a government building. Stop it. Stop. I'm not trying to downplay the White House, but that's what it is. It's very nice. Trey D says, "What he got on his laptop," using broken language, by the way. Thank you so much, Trey D. He said, "Bussy, beastie, alty, crack smoking, hookers, espionage, and other debaucheries." Yeah, you're right on everything that you just said. That's exactly what he had on there. A lot of filth. And the individual who owned the computer repair store, blind guy, by the way, legally blind. I think he could see like 4 inches. And then after that, it's a wrap. Utterly disgusted in Hunter Biden and what he saw on the computer, but he still tried to do a good job. But Hunter Biden never came back for the damn computer. Never came back. So eventually, and there was a clause, and I'm going to get to that story. I'm going to show you that too. But there was a clause in the contract that stipulated after like 90 days, if you don't come back and get your property, hey, it's the computer repair store. It's the computer repairs. We take ownership of it. And that's exactly what happened. Guys, if I am not here next week, it is because the Biden administration has I don't even want to say it. I don't want to put that in. I was trying to joke with that, but I don't even want to joke like that. I have a right to talk about the Biden administration. I have a right to talk about Hunter Biden. He's a crackhead. Let me see here. Who else is in the building? Let me see. I'm still trying to get to the chats. I don't want to miss any super chats that I'm going to get right into. Janae says, great job on the likes so far. More, please. Yes, we need more likes, please. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, guys. How are you guys doing today, man? I'm doing awesome today. As I said before, I'm a runner. I love running. I love the beauty of it. I get to think a lot while I'm running. I clear my mind. I come up with ideas. I become more focused when I run. Guys, please pick up running. Please pick up running, guys. If you're not able to run, walk fast. If you're not able to walk fast, just try biking or cycling. Yeah, absolutely, guys. Guys, we are going to try to keep our language to a minimum today. We're going to try to not curse today. Lately I've been cursing like a sailor, but in actuality, guys, the best thing to do is to speak the Queen's language, the Queen's English. And in my opinion, cursing is just filler words. It's for shock value. But guys, let's try to be professional today when you come up on the panel and when you come on the panel. But salute to you guys. Words like damn, hell, ass, that's fine. But when you talk about MFer and all that, come on. You're better than that. You're better than that. Jeffrey says it was definitely public housing for chump ass Trump. No, Jeffrey, Trump is the greatest president of the modern era. Sorry, sir. But salute to you though. John Caluminati says people never wondered why the media is trashing Biden all of a sudden. Interesting. We got Amber Marie Green in the building. Salute to you. Guys, please subscribe or support Amber Marie Green. She is Chicago's #1 photographer. Her work ethic is impeccable. She is an incredible photographer for photographing Beetlejuice, the mayor of Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. So, a photographer of her stature, she has to take her job seriously. I couldn't have photographed Lori Lightfoot. I would have been there laughing. The photo would have been all like awkward and off balance. I would have been laughing. But salute to you, Amber Marie Green. I rock with you. Thank you so much. Guys, if you are in the Chicago area or if you are in the Midwest area, please support Amber Marie Green, guys. Please support her. She's a great photographer. Bella is in the building. Bella says, I did 4 miles today. Ooh, cool. Bella, salute to you. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Jay Boss says, hi, CT. Thank you for spreading truth and logic, helping blacks and whites alike. Much love. Thank you so much. Guys, get those likes up, guys. Let me see here. Guys, I'm so glad to be in the building, man. So glad to be in the building. Oh, Kelly with the $10 super chat says, thanks for doing the show, Chaotic. I appreciate you supporting the Lapeef Network. Greatest network on earth. Get your tickets to ATL. Love you guys. Salute to you, Kelly. Guys, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Kelly, for being a member of the channel. Positivity is definitely coming your way. I'm sending it out right now to you. Boom. I'm sending it out to all of you now. Let me see. Black Thought says, CT, have you ever gotten the runner's high? Every time I run, sir. That's the beauty of running. I always try to get the runner's high. But me being a seasoned runner, it takes a little bit more time or more miles. So whereas somebody who doesn't really run, it may take you 3 miles to get a runner's high. But it may take me about 10, 12. Yeah. But there's nothing like running a marathon. Oh, talk about one of the greatest challenges in your life if you do anything in your life of that nature. Let me see here. Oh, Jay Villa says cursing is a sentence enhancer. Shout out to SpongeBob. Never watched SpongeBob before, but salute to you guys, man. Okay, let me get into the topic. First, let's start off with the laptop controversy so we can get a clear understanding of what actually transpired. I'm going to go to I didn't mean to do that. I'm going to go to Wikipedia first, and I'm just going to read it, and then I'm going to critique it. Or not critique it. I'm just going to respond to it. So give me 1 second. Guys, please hit that like button. If you have not, please subscribe to the channel. Please get those likes up. I If you rock with the network, please get the super chats up. Thank you so much, guys. Valerie says, why would Hunter Biden ever go to a store to get a laptop fixed? Doesn't he know who worked on those laptops? He didn't want his friends to see all the items he had downloaded. Valerie, it's a good question. That's a good question. According to the owner of the computer repair store, Hunter Biden came in there highly intoxicated, looking deranged. Mind you, he's the son of a vice president, grew up, went to Yale University, but he's such a let's be honest, a loser that, you know, when you're drinking, you lose all inhibitions. Previously, he was at a cigar shop, and somebody had mentioned something about a computer repair store. I guess he needed a data overhaul. Guys, if somebody's in IT out there, please help me out. He needed something to deal with a data overhaul, something dealing with the data on the computer. So he's drunk, you know. He probably just got done, you know, smoking crack, you know, cigar shop. Come on, that's AKA crack house. So he probably just got done smoking crack. He's drunk. He goes into there. He has no inhibitions. And, you know, when you don't have any inhibitions, you would do pretty much anything. I got these laptops here. Can you do the data recovery for him? Hey, man, aren't you Joe Biden? Yeah, we've all been there. We've all been drunk. We've all have lost inhibitions. You know, we've also, you know, we listen, we've been drunk before. We've been drunk, you know. One time I was so drunk at a bar, I was eating wings and they gave us plates. I took the plate out the door saying, oh, I'm gonna wash the plate when I get home. The guy's like, yo, man, that's my plate to the bar. Took his plate back from me. That was years ago in college, though. And guys, don't bring that back up ever again. Let's see. We got Rilla in the house, man. He says, put a 1 in the chat if you want to see CT in Atlanta. Damn, maybe I should come. But it's my wife's birthday that damn. Okay. Scam likely says, I ran 3 miles in 19 minutes. Wow, that's pretty impressive, man. That's like a 6 minute. Somebody help me on the math here. That's like 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Wow. That's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. That's really good, man. Considering that you told me your age too, man. That's really good. Yeah, definitely good. Michael H says, are we going to talk about Candace Owens' brand new little mix bundle of joy she just posted on Instagram? I had no idea. Salute to you, Candace Owens. Congratulations. I had no idea that Candace Owens had given birth today. I had no idea. I knew she was pregnant, but salute. Trizzy says CT wasn't drunk. You know damn well your ass wanted some free dishes. No, I was wasted, sir. I was absolutely, it was college. I was wasted. You know, and I remember it because like it was like getting into the blackout stage, but for some reason I was trying to justify taking the plate. I was like, man, I'm gonna wash it, man. I'm gonna wash it. He's like, what are you talking about? Wash it. That's what happens when you're drunk. You know, you think you're doing something that's normal, but you're not. And that's the problem. So he took the laptops there and he was probably really, really wasted. Hey, man, let me get into the chat. I mean, not the chat. Let me get into the story. So we have the Hunter Biden laptop controversy. So now the Hunter Biden laptop controversy is the overall fiasco here. It's the overall debauchery here. And within it, your players are Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, who is the main protagonist. You got the Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory. You got the company Burisma. It's a lot of things going on here. You got a little mix of cronyism. There's a lot of things going on here. But let me read it. It says, the Hunter Biden laptop controversy involves a laptop computer that was allegedly dropped off at a repair shop in Wilmington, Delaware by an unidentified person in April of 2019 and never collected. Now, The owner of the store, the owner of the store, he gave, and I can't play a video on here because I don't, I don't know if I don't want to get anything. I don't want anything to go wrong with JR's channel. But the owner of the store, he's albino. So albinos, they have visual or issues with their vision. So he recounts an individual coming into the store. The individual was a cocky individual. The individual was the way he recounts it as is that the individual says Biden, and the repair shop guy said, "Well, who are you?" And he says that the guy was kind of offended that he didn't even know that it was Biden, as in a person from the Biden family. So the guy recounts that, and so he knew it wasn't Bo. I think Bo had either recently had passed away. So he knew at that moment it was Hunter Biden. He recounts Hunter Biden being drunk. He recounts Hunter Biden having an attitude of superiority. Well, he should, right? His damn father was the vice president, right? Or at that time was the vice president. Well, no, he wasn't. I'm sorry. No, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was a former vice president because at that time Trump was in office. So this right here, an unidentified person in 2019, I bet you if this was Trump's kid, it would flat out say Donald Trump Jr. Saz, thank you so much for the super chat. Saz says, "What's up, CT? Congrats on the 4K, my guy. Thank you so much, Saz. Salute to you." Let's keep reading this debauchery. The New York Post published a story stating the allegation 3 weeks before the 2020 United States presidential election, and President Donald Trump seized on it in an attempt to engineer an October surprise. See, this is the state of affairs. What's up, Bob? Bob says big ups. What's up, Bob? See, check that out. Your son is an alcoholic. Your son, he's off of a crack binge. Your son goes into some mom and pop, respect to the guy, mom and pop computer repair store. And the left and people on the left, people who hate Trump, are so deluded that they're saying, "Oh, this was all contrived by Trump. This was contrived by Trump." No, it wasn't. This was a drunk, inebriated loser who went to get a recovery done for. It was a recovery, by the way, a recovery done for his computer. Nothing to do with Trump. Donald Trump Jr. didn't conspire with Donald Trump. Ivanka Trump, Barron Trump, who was, I think, 10 at the time. None of these people, none of the Trumps conspired to subterfuge Joe Biden's presidential campaign. That's what the left is doing. Let me make the screen bigger again. Guys, salute to you, man. I'm so glad you guys have come up on the. I'm so glad we got the numbers up again, guys. Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to drop the link real soon. Give me a second. It says the laptop was of unclear origin and contained emails, hear me out, obtained by Donald Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and other materials relating to Hunter Biden, some of which were later confirmed as authentic. Sounds like somebody knew something about Hunter Biden, right? The discovery of the laptop spurred speculation as to whether it supported what became the Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory, which falsely alleged the then Vice President Joe Biden acted corruptly in Ukraine to protect his son from a corruption investigation by Ukrainian prosecutor General Viktor Shokin. And it did. It did. It actually did. Because Biden, hear me out, Biden literally tried to get the guy fired. Because the prosecutor in Ukraine wanted to investigate Burisma, the company that Hunter Biden sat on the board for. This is a man running for president, a man who was the former vice president. Why get your hands dirtied by dibbling and dabbling in the affairs of your son's employment? And how did he get that employment in the first place? But guys, let's keep on reading real quick. Basically saying that we're not going to give out this loan. I'm going to get into that too. But give me a second. Okay, give me 1 second. Sass says you have to watch the Rudy Giuliani allegations on the Biden crime family. Yeah. And Hunter Biden is definitely the main protagonist. Thank you guys so much for hitting that like button. On October 14th, 2020, the New York Post published an article about a purported meeting between then Vice President Joe Biden and Burisma advisor, what is this? What is this? Vadim Pozharsky. The article was based on an April 2015 email from Pozharsky to Joe Biden's son. Ooh, wait a minute. Hunter Biden, who served on the board of Burisma, thanking Hunter Biden for inviting him to meet his father in Washington, D.C. Is that legal? Is that legal what they did? It sounds like Hunter Biden was put into a position of power, which he didn't deserve and which he didn't earn. And now it seems like some currying favors are taking place here. Let's keep reading. The Post claimed that the email showed Joe Biden was untruthful when he claimed he had never spoke to his son about overseas business dealings and claimed to have evidence in support of the Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory regarding the reason for the firing of Viktor Shokin. Turns out to be a falsehood, by the way. The Biden campaign denied Joe Biden had any meeting with Pozharsky and said that if they had ever met, it would have been in a brief encounter. You see how they're trying to fix that up? Let's see. Guys, please get that like button up. I want to point out that Den says, this is important now because this shows that the Democrats all work together and was gaslighting all of 2020. I totally agree. Mr. Wright, on point, says Trump had all his kids in the White House working. That is definitely true. Let's keep on reading this real quick. Witnesses at the dinner where they allegedly met said Biden briefly passed by to see an old friend. I wonder who that could have been. The Post reported in its story that Pozharsky declined the comment. I wonder why he declined the comment. And he did comment to a Politico journalist who reported extensively on the story a year later. Sounds like Sleepy Joe is lying. Sounds like he's absolutely lying. But let's keep on reading. The Post reported that the email was found in a cache of data extracted from the external hard drive. That's the laptop. Of the laptop computer that appeared to belong to Hunter Biden. Damn, Hunter. Hunter, are you so drunk and stupid that you, first of all, you take your computer with highly sensitive and also incriminating information to a mom and pop repair store? Guys, this is the effects of alcohol. But let's keep on reading. What does it say next? It says the Post reported that the owner of the repair shop had made a copy of the hard drive before it was seized by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, and that the copy was later provided to the Post by Donald Trump's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. They're trying to get him. Yeah. The subpoena to seize the laptop was issued by a grand jury on behalf of the U.S. Attorney's Office in Wilmington, which was later reported to be investigating Biden after lobbying in financial matters. The day after its initial report, the Post reported on another Hunter Biden email, this one relating to a business venture he pursued with a Chinese company in May of 2017. Yeah, they're going back and finding a lot of stuff on this dude, right? In this email, Hunter Biden's father was mentioned by a prospective business partner as a potential equity holder, though Biden wrote in another email that his father was emphatically not interested in the deal. The Post and other conservative media outlets reported extensively on the laptop and the other contents of the hard drive. The veracity of the Post reporting was strongly questioned by most mainstream media outlets, analysts, and intelligence officials due to the unknown origin and chain of custody of the laptop and the provenance of its contents, and due to suspicion that it may have been used as a part of a disinformation campaign by Russian intelligence or its proxies. Guys, you know what's so funny about that? The blind guy, the blind store owner, people on the left have accused him of being a part of this Russian plot. And guys, listen, if you've seen this guy, you will know damn well that is a total falsehood. But it's, again, man, it's, a lot of times when you have situations like this, they bring in the Russian conspiracy theories, MK Ultra, etc. But could it be that Hunter Biden is just a complete F up? Could it be that Joe Biden uses or has used his influence to get him hired into certain positions? Could it be? Why, what's up with all this, Russian Putin conspiracy theories? Maybe it was just cronyism at the end of the day, guys. And I had failed to mention the computer store owner had mentioned that Joe Biden or Hunter Biden had a lot of filth on his computer too, a lot of porn, a lot of disgusting porn. Even his password was disgusting, but that's not a crime, right? That's not a crime. He was engaged in prostitution, but that's not a crime. Thank you so much for the super chat in San One. San One says, hold up. No one turns in a laptop and an external hard drive. Makes no sense. In any aspect, you want to lose the hard drive data or let it be seen. I don't know. Thank you so much for the super chat. That means a lot. Acadia says they sat on the laptop for a while after they handed it over to the FBI. He gave it to Rudy because the FBI sat on the crimes in it. Yeah, exactly. Do you think that they would have sat on the crimes if it would have been a Trump kid? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're talking about a government cover-up at the highest level. And the parties that be, like I said, the Bidens, I don't understand for the life of me, how are they so protected while the Trumps, who appear to be very transparent. I mean, listen, if Donald Trump Jr. would have stole $1.50, they would have wanted to indict him within 2 days. But there's evidence that the current sitting president may have colluded with his son to restrict loans given to the Ukrainian government, all because he worked for an energy company, his son. Come on, man. Let's stop the cap. Let's see. Let me keep on reading real quick. Guys, thank you so much, man, for coming to the Chizat. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. let's see. Let's get back to it. As of 2022, Vox reported that no evidence had emerged that the laptop's leak was a Russian plot. Thank you, Vox. Thank you. Everything isn't a Russian plot. And I'm so glad that the Vox, this outlet, said that. Hey, this ain't no Russian plot. This is just a drunk, alcoholic kid. Well, he's 52. This is just a drunk, alcoholic crackhead who's getting paid to be on a board. He has no experience in energy. He's getting paid to be on a board. And it's only convenient to bring in the Russians or a conspiracy on the Russians to help liberals get out of their damn mess. I just want to point that out. Michael H says, ooh, Hunter Biden is a private citizen, never ran for public office or holding a government office. Who gives a F if he is a regular at Magic City? Exactly. That's why I'm not really talking about what his the porn on the computer. I mean, that's neither here nor there. Guys, salute to you for coming to the chat. Den says, you all witnessed the entire planet try every day to make you hate Trump. Do you really think they would post something like this that would make Trump a lone runner in the 2020 election? Ooh, no, they wouldn't. They swept that right under the rug. Let me keep on reading, guys. Salute, man. Please, guys, please hit that super chat. Please hit the likes. Please subscribe to the channel if you have not. In March of 2022, the New York Times reported it had authenticated some emails from a cache of files that appears to have come from a laptop abandoned by Mr. Biden in a Delaware repair shop. Also in March, the Washington Post reported that 2 security experts authenticated thousands of the 129,000 emails purportedly from Biden's laptop, though the vast majority of the laptop's contents, including most of his emails, could not be authenticated. Among the emails that the Washington Post was able to authenticate was the Porhowski email that formed the basis of the New York Post original article. Remember Porhowski? Remember how he claimed that his dad had nothing to do with Porhowski? Let's keep on reading, guys. Let's see. I'm going to drop the link in a minute. Teddy says it's his involvement with the Ukraine prosecutor getting fired. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm going to get into that too when we get into the whole Biden-Ukraine conspiracy theory. Boogeyman says Joe Biden could be compromised because of his son's dealing. Oh, absolutely. There's a conflict of interest. Where we at? Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. On October 14th, 2020, the New York Post published articles containing purported emails of unknown authorship, which suggested that Hunter Biden provided an opportunity to Vadim Porhowski, an advisor to the board of Burisma, to meet his father, then Vice President Joe Biden. Yo, wait a minute. So you are in so through cronyism you get this job as the board of directors of an energy company, and now to curry favor you are setting up a meeting for a deal. I don't know if that's legal. Guys, tell me, is that legal? So let me ask you this. If Trump, he was president. While Trump was the president, right? Would it have been legal for him to run his businesses as president? And not only just run his businesses, but would it have been legal if he had an individual who was on a board of directors for a company to curry favor or to pretty much set up meetings as president? Because as president, his influence itself would guarantee deals. Is that legal? I don't know. You tell me if that's legal. I'm not a lawyer. You tell me if that's legal. Let's see here. Let me keep on going, guys. It says Joe Biden stated in September of 2019 that he had never spoken to his son about his foreign business dealings. Ooh. But Joe Biden has Alzheimer's, though. He may have forgotten. His presidential campaign denied such a meeting took place and stated that the New York Post had never contacted them about the critical elements of this story. Michael Carpenter, Vice President Biden's foreign policy advisor in 2015, told the Washington Post that he had accompanied Biden during all of his meetings about Ukraine and that he never met with Persowski. So that's what Michael Carpenter said, his foreign advisor. But people are saying that, wait a minute, there were witnesses who said, yo, man, they may have met, though, at an engagement. But hear me out for a minute. Guys, let me get back to the chat real quick. I don't want to miss any super chats. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me get back to it. Bob says, anyone that says the media is conservative after this is delusional. Wow. Yeah, I agree. Thank you so much, Bob, for coming to the Chizat. Thank you so much. Let's see. Where do we leave off at? Okay. He said, he added, in fact, that I have never heard of this guy until the New York Post story broke. One of the purported emails showed Porhowski saying he would share information with Amos Hochstein, a State Department advisor close to Vice President Biden, though Hochstein stated the Republican Senate investigation subpoenaed all my records, including emails and calendars, and found no mention of this man. I led the U.S. energy efforts in Ukraine and never heard of him before yesterday. The New York Post published images of PDF copies of the alleged emails, but their authenticity and origin have not been determined. According to the investigation by the New York Times, editors of the New York Post pressed staff members to add their bylines to the story, and at least one refused, in addition to the original author, reportedly because of a lack of confidence in his credibility. Of the two writers eventually credited on the article, the second did not know her name was attached to it until the Post published it. In the opening sentence, the New York Post story misleadingly asserted the elder Biden, Joe Biden, pressured government officials in Ukraine into firing a prosecutor who was investigating Burisma. Now, guys, Burisma is the company that Hunter Biden sat on the board of directors. It says, despite the fact that Shokin had not pursued an investigation into Burisma's founder, the opening sentence also misleadingly stated that Hunter Biden introduced his father to Pozharsky, whom his father claims he's never met or talked to. But the purported email from Pozharsky only mentioned an invitation and opportunity for the men to meet. Interesting, right? Okay, give me a second, guys. Let me look at the chat. I don't want to lose any. I don't want anybody's super chats to go unnoticed, guys. So give me a second. Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you are in the building. Guys, what do you think about what I'm reading so far? Braveheart says, politics in general is trash, no matter the side chosen. Everyone has a hidden agenda. I don't know. I tend to have more loftier goals or lofty opinions about politics. And I would like to think that that is not the case. Bob says, Hunter Biden, $83,000 a month. Check that out. To be on the board of a business that you have zero experience about. Guys, come on. We already know. Let's see here. I feel like I lost my place. On October 15th, the Post published another article regarding a business venture relating to CEFC China Energy that Hunter Biden was negotiating with potential investment partners in May of 2017, when his father at the time was a private citizen. His father was vice president up until 2016. So doing a business deal then may be good, right? The Post published a purported email. It said came from the laptop written by one of the prospective investors, on which Hunter Biden was copied, CC'd. The email described the proposed equity shares of each of the investors in the venture, ending with a reference to 10 held by H for the big guy. Ooh, who's the big guy here? Now, his father's a private citizen at the time, but it seems like, again, using the your father's vice presidential or once vice presidential status to curry favor or to get a deal going. I don't know. Is that illegal? I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. I need some answers here. I need some answers for the big guy. We know who the big guy is. The Post reported that H apparently referred to Hunter Biden, and one of his former business partners soon came forward to assert the big guy referred to Joe Biden. Ooh, wait a minute. I didn't even read this at first. We already know who the big guy is. The former business partner also tweeted a copy of the email that had been addressed to him. In a subsequent email, Biden said his chairman gave him an empathetic no, with a later email identifying the chairman as his father. The Post also reported on an August 2017 venture Hunter Biden was seeking with Yaming, or Yaming, I have no idea how to say his last name, the chairman of the CEFC, but the paper did not associate Joe Biden with the deal. Neither of the two ventures came to fruition. I guess no crime was committed here. Let me see. Marco says, Biden in 1990 said that anyone caught with crack should be jailed for 5 years. Didn't jail his son, though. MBD says, you all better put this video on Patreon. The YouTube lizards don't like this topic. Yeah, absolutely not. Let's keep on reading, guys. On May 26, 2021, the New York Post published another article focused on purported emails suggesting that Joe Biden had met with Vadim Pozharsky. Remember, he doesn't know who Pozharsky is. He's never met him, supposedly. At Pozharsky at a dinner in the Cafe Milano in Washington. The Washington Post investigated the April 16th, 2015 dinner. According to dinner attendee Rick Leach, who, like Hunter Biden, was one of the leaders of the World Food Program fundraising organization, the discussions at the dinner were about food security, not politics or business. Oh, come on. Oh, stop it. You stop it. Stop. Now, you know damn well their discussion was about business. It was about oil. It was about resources over in the Ukraine. It was about Burisma. Let's be completely honest. Leach said that Joe Biden briefly dropped by the dinner. You see, you hear that word briefly to make it seem like, oh, I'm just stopping by, guys. 5 minutes. Stop it. Briefly dropped by the dinner to meet Alex Carlos Sos. Guys, there's a lot of players involved in all of this. Valerie says Tucker did an interview with Hunter's associates and said the big guy is Joe. He also said Joe knew all about that Hunter was doing. Oh, absolutely. I totally agree, Valerie. Thank you so much. According to Leach, Joe Biden didn't even sit down. He was not part of the dinner or a part of the dinner discussion. Oh, come on, please stop. A longtime friend of Joe Biden had an influential role in the Greek Orthodox Church that Joe Biden long worked with. That is a Greek name. Carlotso corroborated Leach's account. Okay. Also, this is a lot of information. This is a lot of evidence too. Also, according to the Washington Post, the tentative guest list for the dinner included the name Vadim with no surname listed. Why didn't they mention the surname Porhowski? Sounds like they were trying to cover it up that they met in the first place. If you guys are just talking about food, so what? Why not put your last name there if you're just talking about food? A food program for the real food. What was it? The Real Food Bank? But no, you weren't meeting about some food. About what was it about again, guys? The World Food Program. You weren't there to discuss food security. You were there to discuss business in terms of oil. Let's be honest. Or energy. Sorry, energy. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Twizzy says, let's not act like Ivanka and her husband Jared did not make up to the $640 million while working for her dad during her duration at the White House. Prove it, Twizzy. Prove it. Bob says, CT, that rabbit hole is deep, man. It really is deep. It's very deep. Marco T says, chaotic, go to the New York Times verified Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah. Let me see. Let's keep on reading, guys. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Laptop and hard drive. Rudy Giuliani provided the materials to the New York Post. Rudy Giuliani is definitely out here whistleblowing. After they were allegedly found on a water-damaged MacBook Pro left at a Delaware computer repair shop owned by John Paul Mac Isaac. That's the owner of the repair store, the blind man. Mac Isaac obtained the laptop in April of 2019. He asserted 3 years later that while he was copying individual files and folders from the laptop's hard drive to another device, he saw some content that was disturbing, Hunter Biden's porn and prostitution, and then also raised some red flags, including criminality related to foreign business dealings, to potential money laundering, and more importantly, national security issues and concerns. Hunter Biden, man, dude, he is hey, listen, man, you ever seen like, okay, though, especially like back in the 90s, you know, crackheads, dope fiends, they would literally, you know, sometimes, man, they'll be walking down the street with a shopping cart with the grandmother's floor model TV. Like, that's how bad drugs are, especially like crack. It makes you do things. Dude, you have a computer with incriminating evidence. You have a computer with evidence that could potentially lock you up. And it's crack, man. It is absolute crack. Jordan says Biden is trash. Wow. Chris says Trump made money, plenty of money while in the White House to stop the buffoonery. This idiot reading off of Wikipedia. Chris, I'm gonna drop the link. You're free to cam up. I'm not an expert. I said this an hour ago on the dot. Well, it'll be on the dot in 12 seconds. I'm not an expert on the Hunter Biden conspiracy here. This is a conspiracy that is very complex. It's a lot of rabbit holes. If you can prove to me that Trump made money in the White House, prove it. I don't care. I mean, again, I'm pro-Trump, but if you can prove it, prove it. This isn't an echo chamber. So, Chris, when I drop the link, you're free to cam up. You're free to call in. And salute to you, Chris. Marco T says, Chris, Democrats funded 100 days of BLM riots, 30 people murdered, including 8 Black American children. No arrest for those murdered children. Wow, I didn't know it was children that were murdered. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, Chris, you're in the chat and you're trying to prove a point. And the point is this: you don't have to debate with me. This isn't a debate. This is me reading what the Hunter Biden conspiracy entails, the Biden Ukrainian conspiracy entails. This isn't me being an expert in it, because I'm not. It's a very complex topic, and I will drop. A matter of fact, I will drop the link now for you, Chris, and you can cam up before everybody else can. Prove your point. I'm not going to cam you down. You're not Anna. I'm not going to cam you down. JR, can you drop the link for Chris? Matter of fact, I'll drop it myself. Chris, cam up. Cam up. If you believe what you're saying, cam up. Excuse me, guys. Oh, I can't drop the link. JR, can you drop the link for Chris? Thank you so much. All right, let me see. Yeah, what was up with that tan suit coat that Obama was wearing? Trizzy with the $5 super chat says, Each POTUS, President of the United States of America, has their scandal. Biden, Hunter's laptop. Trump, Ukraine, January 6th, Obama. And Obama wearing a tan suit. Yeah, what was up with that? Excuse me, guys. I'm so glad you guys are in the building. Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Let's keep on reading, guys. Let's get through this. It says this caused him to do a deep dive into the laptop once it became my property. Again, guys, I told you earlier that the contract between him and Hunter Biden stipulated that after 90 days, the property became his if he did not come back to get it, which he did not. And again, that's what happens when you're a dope fiend. Mac, the owner of the store, Mac Isaac, contacted Giuliani, whistleblower. He's a whistleblower, who he said was his lifeguard, voicing credence to the conspiracy theory that the Hillary Clinton 2016 presidential campaign was behind the murder of campaign worker Seth Rich. Ooh, man, damn. Steve Bannon informed the New York Post of the laptop, and he and Giuliani delivered a copy of the supposed laptop hard drive to the publication. Weeks before, Bannon had boasted on Dutch television that he had Hunter Biden's hard drive. Giuliani was later quoted as saying he had given the copy to the New York Post because either nobody else would take it, wonder why, or if they took it, they would spend all the time they could to try to contradict it before they put it out. Excuse me, guys. According to the New York Post story, a person who Mac Isaac, guys, don't forget Mac Isaac is the owner of the computer repair store, could not identify because he is legally blind, left the computer at the repair shop to repair water damage. But once this was completed, the shop had no contact. The shop had no contact information for its owner, and nobody ever paid for it or came back to pick it up. Criticism has been focused on Mac Isaac over inconsistencies in his accounts of how the laptop came into his possession and how he passed it to Giuliani and the FBI. When interviewed by CBS News, I've seen the interview, Mac Isaac offered contradictory statements about his motivations. Thomas Rid, a political scientist and disinformation expert at Johns Hopkins University, noted that the emails could have been forged, or that the forged material could have been mixed with genuine materials, a common feature of disinformation operations. Boy, they are really trying to save the Biden's necks on this one, man. Guys, please, I would love for Chris to cam up. Please drop the link if you can, JR. If you're still here, please drop the link for Chris. Let's see. Opinionated Reality says, "Come on, Chaotic. Everybody knows Mar-a-Lago prices shot up during the Trump presidency." No, I did not know that. I didn't know that, and I'm so glad that you told me that. Okay, so glad that you told me that. So, how does that make you feel now that you told me that? Thank you so much. Thank you for telling me that tidbit of information. Marco T says the owner of the repair shop had to flee the country because he feared for his life. Liberal establishment is evil. Yeah, he mentioned that in his open interviews. It says the Daily Beast reported that according to two individuals with direct knowledge, multiple senior officials in the Trump administration and re-election campaign were aware of the laptop hard drive several weeks prior to the New York Post story. Giuliani later confirmed to the Daily Beast that he had informed Trump about the material before the New York Post story. The New York Post reported it had been shown an image purporting to show a federal subpoena that resulted in the computer and an external hard drive being seized by the FBI of December of 2019. NBC News reported that FBI had required the devices via a grand jury subpoena, though it was unclear if this was the subpoena cited by the New York Post, and was investigating whether the contents were linked to a foreign intelligence operation. The Associated Press confirmed the existence of the FBI investigation into possible foreign intelligence activity, citing a U.S. official and a congressional source briefed on the matter. CNN reported the FBI was specifically investigating possible connections to ongoing Russian disinformation efforts against Biden. Well, they're going to fight to the death. They're going to fight to the death to make sure that the Bidens are continuing to do their criminal activity by introducing Russian espionage. Damn, That is absolutely fascinating at the end of the day. Let me see. Salute to you guys, but I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. Thank you so much. Um, Jordan says everyone is always trying to find bad on Trump, but yet Biden's stirring up a whole bunch of mess. Yeah, it's right here in front of you. It's right here. How did he get on the board of Burisma? How did he get on the board of MBNA? His dad was the state senator at the time when he graduated from. I think his dad was the state senator at the state or senator at the time, not state senator but senator. How did he get on the board of MBNA? Trizzy says, on the real though, Biden is sloppy for letting all this happen. Like, come on, you have the Secret Service at your pleasure. Yeah, the owner of the shop said that he was in fear that the Secret Service was going to take care of business after he had blew that whistle. You know, the man is blind too, so he probably couldn't have saw it coming. I want to point out that a normal man says black women will vote for Democrats no matter what. I don't know if that's true, but salute to you, normal man. Thank you so much for coming to the chat, and positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me see. Let me see here. These guys, please hit that like button and please subscribe to the channel. Killer Kev says, when you are critical of Democrats, black people will defend a massa. What about Trump? You know, you don't really hear a lot about this laptop issue. You do, but you don't. Trump couldn't even blow his damn nose during his presidency without people wanting to impeach him. I'm reading you something that is an international mess involving an alcoholic, drug addict son who obviously colluded to do deals with individuals and use the influence of his father's presidency or vice presidency. And people are asking me about Trump? Come on. Michael H says, chaotic, are you going to talk about Trump assaulting his... See, another person trying to disrespect my dear President Trump. Just listen. I'm presenting facts right here. You can look it up. I'm presenting information about Hunter Biden. You don't want to see the pictures of Hunter, some of those pictures in Hunter Biden's computer, though not illegal. And you guys are constantly talking about Trump. Trump's greatest legacy, in my opinion, will be Space Force. I want to point that out, by the way. Who will Biden's legacy ever be? Haley says, if I was to ever become president of the U.S., I'm putting my son on too. I don't care what y'all talking about. Jordan says Trump 2024. Thank you so much, Jordan. Guys, let me get back to the article or Wikipedia. According to the Washington Post, Mac Isaac, who is the computer repair store owner, was alarmed that the laptop was not mentioned during Donald Trump's first impeachment trial. Hunter Biden stated in an interview published April 2021 that he was not sure whether the laptop okay, give me a second. It says Hunter Biden stated in an interview published April of 2021 that he was not sure whether the laptop belonged to him. Yeah, okay. He said that there could be a laptop out there that was stolen from him, or he could have been hacked by Russian intelligence. Yeah, guys. So you know what? The next time you're at work, guys, and you mess up on like paperwork, let's say, you work in corporate and you don't meet a deadline, guys, if you are even working on a factory line and you don't meet your quota, just blame it on the Russians. Or, blame it on Vladimir Putin, blame it on the Moscow, because that's convenient now for people now. It's always some Russian. This is the country that we live in. says he could have been hacked by Russian intelligence. Guys, listen, man. Sometimes it's not really good to be good. Listen. It's a great business piece of advice that I've been following for a long time. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I don't cheat, and I like to think of myself as smart, but I'm not that. But a lot of times, it's just good to be damn first. Sometimes you just have to be first, man. Like Hunter Biden is like so many sociopaths. It's Russian intelligence. It's Russian hackers. Come on, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Guys, please share this video if you can. Let's see here. Okay. PolitiFact wrote in June of 2021, over time, there has been less doubt that the laptop did in fact belong to Hunter Biden. Duh. Concluding that the laptop was real is the sense that it exists, but it didn't prove much, as nothing from the laptop has revealed illegal or unethical behavior by Joe Biden as vice president with regard to his son's tenure as director for Burisma. PolitiFact states that it is possible that the copies of the laptop were obtained instead of the actual laptop. PolitiFact states that the Daily Mail published nude photos of Hunter Biden from the laptop, as well as other content focused on Hunter Biden's drug use and legal issues, but notes that Hunter Biden had already publicized his drug issues, which he did, in fact. The laptop had been called the laptop from hell. Yeah, guys. I'm so sick of hearing about this damn laptop. Well, I'm doing a story on it, but I'm so sick of hearing about this laptop story. What did he say? He said, if your girl see the text from your side chick, just say you got hacked by the Russian intelligence. Ooh, that's funny. I like that. A normal man says, imagine if Trump used it was Russian hackers as an excuse. He'll be loud. Listen, he would have gotten impeached. It would have been a successful impeachment. The Dems, particularly the Bidens, they can use Russian intelligence for everything. Hunter Biden could be drunk driving and hit somebody. He could say, hey, the Russians, Vladimir Putin turned a switch on in my brain. And yeah. And then dumb Democrats, dumb liberals will believe him. JR, if you are in the building, can you drop the link? I can't drop it from my end for some reason. I'm trying to see why I can't drop the link. Okay, guys, let me keep on reading. Now, it says Ukraine material. Material similar to the alleged hard drive contents were reportedly circulating in Ukraine. Interesting. During 2019, one individual interviewed by Time magazine stated that he had been approached in late 2019 of May, and a second person stated that he had been approached in mid-September. The seller, according to the second individual, wished to sell compromising information about Hunter Biden to Republican Party allies of Donald Trump for $5 million. Wow, this is, man, this goes down a rabbit hole. Wow. I said I walked away from it because it smelled awful. He told Time magazine. Igor Novikov, a former advisor to the Ukrainian president and a disinformation researcher, said that the market for that must be a Russian word, or damaging material, had been very active in the past year in reaction to the political events in the United States, with political operatives rushing to respond to Giuliani's call for damaging information on the Bidens. Interesting. Novikov characterized the materials available on the market as extremely hard to verify, yet very easy to fake. On October 19th, Ukrainian legislator Andriy Derkak posted on social media that he had a second Hunter Biden laptop, stating, okay, now this is ridiculous now, stating the facts confirming international corruption are stoned on a second laptop. Okay, now we all know that there is no such thing as a second laptop. This is all just a scheme here for people trying to benefit off of what is previously occurring or previously happened, right? These are not the last witnesses or the last laptop. I believe it was only one laptop involved. Dirk had worked with Giuliani in the Ukraine and was later sanctioned by the United States Treasury Department for his involvement in the Biden disinformation. The Treasury concluded Dirk had been an active Russian intelligence agent for over a decade. Lev Parnas told Politico that Giuliani had told about compromising material regarding Hunter Biden on May 30th, 2019 during a visit. Okay. So it sounds like the Russians, let me see. Alicia says, I'll gladly listen to the chaotic BS. At least he can read, laugh out loud. Yeah, again, guys, I'm not an expert on this topic. I want to point out that Bionic Rail says this was known since the beginning. This is being used to wake up America so we can remove the old guard. Bionic Rail, what is the old guard that is being removed? I don't know. Michael H. says, this reading verbatim proves we are not prepared to have this discussion. Chaotic so-called can't make myself say it. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Alicia from Jordan says, chaotic speaks a lot of facts. All you have to do is do your own research. Yeah, do your own research, Alicia. Please do. The Hunter Biden story pitch. Wow, what the like? It's a lot of stuff going on here. Earlier in the month, before the Post report, a White House lawyer and two others affiliated with Trump had already pitched a story about Hunter Biden's business dealings in China, which the Trump team saw as an ideal outlet for its combination of conservatism and industry credibility. While the Journal conducted due diligence and without warning to the Trump team, Giuliani and the New York Post went ahead and published a version of the story based on documents and emails with questionable provenance. Guys, okay, wait a minute. It's a lot of different accounts here. Okay. Let me read the story of the owner that originally, it all starts from Hunter Biden going into the computer repair store. Well, I mean, obviously it started before that, but the whole whistleblow came from the computer repair store guy. JR, if you are in the back, could you drop the link? Could you drop the link, sir? Let me see who else is in the chat. Give me a second, guys. Michael H., when you, I would love for you to cam up too, sir. You have a lot of opinions. You have a lot, but sir, the situation with the laptop is a very complex situation. Me reading it verbatim from Wikipedia and me at least giving my opinion on what I'm reading is what content creators generally do. But Michael H., you are free to cam up. You are free to give your opinion. I already told you guys, my opinion is this: cronyism is bad. And if you are the sitting vice president, or if you are a president and you are in a position to influence the decision of a deal, that is bad. How many times do I need to say that, Michael H.? I mean, I said that, twice already. I said another time, which is right there. But in lieu of that, or in between that, I will talk about the intricacies of the laptop situation by reading it from actual sources. You can find these sources. People try to downplay Wikipedia, but Wikipedia gets its sources from actual reputable source material. You can click on some of those buttons not buttons. You can click on some of the links that are highlighted after some of the sentences in Wikipedia. They take you directly to the source. But nevertheless, though, Michael H., thank you so much, man. You can definitely cam up when the link is dropped. But knowing you and a few other people, I don't think that you would cam up. I think that you're just an individual in the chat. But nevertheless, salute to you, sir. And positivity is definitely coming your way, Michael. The link has been dropped. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about Hunter Biden's position as the director for Burisma. Let's talk about the laptop. Let's talk about the owner of the store. But until somebody cams up, I will continue to read, which I know that is bothering a lot of people. Oh, a couple of people, actually. Bionic says, chaotic. We were taken over by the traitors way back in the 60s. They were building a one-world government. That's the old guard. Oh, I have no idea. So I was born in 1984. I have no idea about the old guard. I have no idea about the 60s. All I can do is talk about this situation to the best of my ability. But thank you so much, Bionic Road, man. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Michael H. says, trolling is my ministry. Ooh, wow. Guys, remember, guys, you're going to have to cam up. You're going to have to be on camera. You're going to have to, guys, let's be honest. Get you some good lighting. Lighting is key when you cam up. Cam up with some good lighting and have a clear mic, have a microphone that works. You can use your laptop camera, but guys, think about getting an external camera. And guys, tonight we're not cursing. Again, we're not cursing tonight, but salute to you guys. I'm so glad that you guys are in the building. Let me see. Okay. All right. Let me get back to, let me get to the store owner real quick. Nobody wants to cam up. I would like for the people who are questioning me to cam up. Let's see here. This is good. The night I met Hunter Biden, Mac shop owner John Mac Isaac recounts faithful encounter with an exclusive excerpt. There's a lot of stuff going on. It says, on a faithful night in April 2019, John Paul Mac Isaac was working at his store, the Mac shop in Wilmington, Delaware, when a customer walked in and who would upend his life. In his forthcoming book, American Injustice, My Battle to Expose the Truth, Isaac will tell his story. And here, in an exclusive first look, he describes the moment he met Hunter Biden. Oh, gosh, you can't see it. Sorry about that. Damn, I thought I was on the screen. Sorry. Damn, my fault. Sorry about that, guys. All right, give me a second. Guys, I will be doing a panel as well. Let me see. Trizzy says, don't have to agree with his viewpoints, but can't deny that CT is a highly educated black brother. Oh, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. What the hell is... Okay. Okay. Guys, give me a second here. He said, it was a Friday night, 10 minutes before the shop's closing time. Sounds like a beginning of a book. I was checking out a website about CNC machines and woodworking. I had no intention of working late. I was ready to go out after a long and busy week. But then bright, cool LED light or headlights bounced off the counter from the front window. I leaned back in my chair and closed my eyes. My vision of leaving the shop quickly faded as the door chime sounded. As was usual for this time of day, I thought, what kind of person expects quality service right before closing time? Guys, this is a story of Hunter Biden going into the computer repair shop. I struggled not to roll my eyes when in stumbled A man clutching 3 MacBook Pros. Hence the word stumbled. Hunter Biden was drunk. He was about my height, 6 feet tall, but a little heavier. He wore casual clothing, dark blue and gray. Alcohol fumes preceded him. He slid the 3 laptops onto the bar counter as he fumbled for a seat. Hunter Biden says, "I'm glad you're still open," he said. "I just came from the cigar bar, crack house, and they told me about your shop, but I had to hurry because you close at 7. Great, I thought, another one who thinks the world revolves around him. To him, I said cordially, "You made it just in time." Hunter Biden said, "I need the data recovered off these, but they all have liquid damage and won't turn on." Now, guys, you and I both know where the liquid damage came from. Hunter Biden was drunk somewhere, probably in the bathtub, dropped the damn laptops, and he needs the information off the laptops. Let's be completely honest. Well, let's get you checked in and see what's going on. One of the computers had a Beau Biden Foundation sticker covering the Apple logo. Guys, Beau Biden is Joe Biden's son who passed away of cancer. But I wasn't sure at first whom I was speaking to. I opened my customer relationship management software and asked him for his first name. He said Hunter. I then asked him for his last name. He paused and looked at me funny, as if I were from another country, and how dare I not know who he was. Hunter Biden is pretending he's an A-lister. He's not. He's not an A-lister. He's not a household name, especially at that time. He says, "Oh, Biden," he responded with a sarcastic edge. He says, "I collected his phone number and email and fed it into the system. Once the paperwork was started, I paused and remembered that this guy had lost his brother, Beau, about 2 or 3 years earlier, and I felt a little bad for him. Maybe the Mac with a sticker belonged to his now deceased brother, and it would be closer to have access to those memories trapped inside." Guys, this is a picture of Beau Biden. What is wrong with this? Okay, give me a second, guys. This is a picture of Beau Biden. On any other night, especially a Friday, being that I was very single, I would have collected the machines and looked at them the next day. For some reason, maybe misplaced compassion, I decided to check them over then and there, one at a time. I performed a quick inspection of the machines. The 15-inch laptop was a complete write-off. It had extensive liquid damage, and because the drive was soldered to the logic board, data recovery was beyond my capability. If a Mac can't power on, you won't be able to access the drive and get the data. The 13-inch 2015 MacBook Pro was in slightly better shape. It could boot up, but the keyboard was unresponsive. I pulled out an external keyboard and asked for permission to log in. Hunter started laughing. Guys, this is where the sickness begins. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. He says, "My password is fucked up. Don't be offended," he said before announcing that it was anal fuck 69. It's Hunter Biden's password to his laptop. His inebriated condition made it difficult to understand his speech. My eyes widened a bit, and I told him that maybe it would be best if he tried to log in himself. "Hey, you fixed it," he stated. Slurring slightly, I asked if he had an external keyboard that he could use to get around the failure of his internal keyboard, and he just looked at me blankly. "Here, you can borrow this one to perform the recovery yourself," I told him. "That way, I don't have to check it and bill you. Just bring it back when you're done." It would have been less work for me that way. And again, I felt bad for this guy. I pulled the blinds and locked the door to avoid any more interruptions, then grabbed an Amstel Light from the fridge and planted myself in front of the recovery Mac. Here's where things started to get interesting. This is the owner of the store recounting the visit that he had from Hunter Biden. The previous recovered window was open on the left, and I was waiting for the hundreds of files on the original to populate to the right. Scrolling down, I started to see files that didn't align. I started to individually drag and drop the files to the recovery folder. It took only a few files before I noticed pornography appearing in the right column. Nothing wrong with pornography on your computer. He's a grown man, right? This is a vocational hazard. Talking about his job, the owner, I've gotten rather used to and gave it no mind. I was a little amazed by the sheer quantity, though, and by the boldness of leaving porn files on one's desktop. Again, it was nothing I hadn't seen before, so I kept dragging and dropping. It generally it generally is well known what people do on with their computers. The industry as a whole tries not to think about it. It's gross. But I was hired to do a job and I was going to do it. He says, "Oh shit," I thought, pausing. The preview mirror image in the right column was clearly displaying the customer. This is Hunter Biden right here. Wait a minute. He said, where's it? He said he was wrapped in a red scarf and wearing what looked like a jock strap. I couldn't help but chuckle. How embarrassing, I thought. Who on God's earth would feel comfortable with this lying around on their desktop? But I shook it off and continued down the list of files. It didn't take long before another one appeared, and then another. Hunter, with his salt and pepper stubble, stared into the camera, attempting to look cool while taking a naked selfie. The owner says, "Gross." Let me see if anybody's in the chat. Okay. Let me see. Hold on for a second, guys. Damn the Luck is in the building. Damn the Luck says, "This guy must blog with all the extra details." Oh, man. All right, give me a second. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's continue, right? Black Thought says Hunter was litty. Oh, absolutely. He was litty. Definitely drunk. Definitely. He says, "I continued copying files until I got one titled Income PDF. I likely wouldn't have even noticed it if it hadn't been tagged with a purple dot. On a Mac, you can apply tags or color codes to files as unorganized or organizational aid. It seemed odd that someone who clearly had zero organizational skills would buy." So here goes the thing. So if the computer repair guy is noticing that Hunter Biden has bad organizational skills, why would a major energy company allow him to be on the board of directors? But that's neither here nor there. Would even bother tagging this one file purple. It was begging to be clicked open, so I did. It was an email from January 16, 2017, saved as a PDF. At the top were the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. Next to each year was the amount of taxable income earned: 833,000, 847,000, 1.2 million, and in 2014, 2.4 million. He said, "I was blown away. All that money, and this asshole couldn't even spring for a backup drive." This is how much money Hunter Biden made. This is how much money he made doing what? I don't know. But we already know he got into those positions because of his father. Let me see. Thank you so much, Jordan. Jordan says, "Chaotic, please keep dropping the knowledge." Thank you so much. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. JR, if you could drop the link again, that'd be great. Thank you so much. The owner says, "I read on. Amounts that I could never even have imagined earning were broken down by the year. Then I read, since you couldn't have lived on 555,000 a year, you borrowed some money from RSB in advance of payments." I was speechless. This guy couldn't live on more than 10 times what I earn every year. The whole document seemed shady. That's what the owner said. I saw that a lot of money had exchanged hands. Ooh, wait a minute. And it didn't seem like it had been recorded lawfully. This is what the owner of the computer repair store is exposing. But what did I know? Plus, it was none of my business. It wasn't my job to judge, just transfer and verify. So I kept transferring data until I hit a rather large file. The file was about half transferred when the screen went blank. Damn it, the battery had run out. I decided to call it a night and go home to rest my eyes. About 100 gigabytes were left to go, and I felt confident that I would knock it out the next day. I left the MacBook charged and overnight and went home, but not before thoroughly washing my hands. I think that's it for this article. Yeah, it is. Let me see. John Caluminati says, I was on social media being called crazy when the laptop story broke out. Yeah, of course you were. Of course you were. Because it doesn't fit the narrative of the left. See, again, I don't know if you were in the chat 30 minutes ago, John Caluminati, but Hunter Biden, just like many people on the left, they can do no wrong. And when something comes about, just blame it on the Russians. Uh, Blue Sky says this is why people stay away from drugs. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely why. I didn't know that about Ukraine. Bionic World says Ukraine was a money laundering country for years. I had no idea. Billy the Kid says knock him out, CT. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for coming, man. You guys are incredible, man. Thank you so much. Let me see here. It says they have been robbing the American people for generations. Wow, I had no idea. I had no damn idea. Let me see here. Hunter Biden made, I want to say, $85,000 a month by sitting on the board of directors for Burisma. Just want to point that out. I want you to think about that for a minute. Black Thought says the laptop drove the old man to drink. I didn't know 47 years old was an old man. John says, yes, it was not only a money laundering country, but arms smuggling and biological weapons labs. Ooh. Maybe the Bidens are dibbling and dabbling into some things over there. Never know. Did the Russians also provide Vaseline or lotion with that porn they put that they put on his laptop? I don't think so. I don't think that they did. But salute to you, Tino. Salute to you, sir. But that's pretty funny. Give me a second. Let me see. The only handout I want is nepotism. Yeah. Mm. Well, clearly, because that's what uh, Hunter Biden has been getting all his damn life. Guys, if you don't know what nepotism is the practice among those with power or influence of favoring relatives or friends, especially by giving them jobs. Yeah, I said cronyism, but the actual word is nepotism. I'm so glad that you said that. Billy the Kid says, I know Hunter Biden's lungs are base from smoking all of that crack. Yeah, I would assume so. I definitely would assume so on that one. Let me see, guys. Let me show you something. I think this video should be fine. I don't think this video would mess up anything. Yeah, I think this video should be fine. Give me a second here. Guys, I'm gonna show you this video, right? Yeah, I believe this video will be fine. Let me see. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't show it. It's too long. It's too long. Yeah, Q Moore, he was making $85,000 a month. And then when the company was up for investigation from the Ukrainian prosecutor, Joe Biden used his influence to say, hey, we're going to fire this prosecutor. We're going to fire this prosecutor, and we're not going to give the country, I think it was $1 billion loan or something like that, something of that magnitude. Bionic says they let the deep state cheat so all the dirt can filter down to the American people. Trump has all the information. And that's why Trump was silenced. That's why he was kicked off of Twitter, kicked off of Facebook. He was letting the general population know what was really going on. You got to remember, man, Trump was not even he wasn't a politician before he became president. And I think that's what made him a great president. And him being honest and keeping it real, I mean, defined his damn legacy. And he wasn't a bullshitter like a lot of presidents are. I mean, like a lot of politicians are, excuse me. Marco T says, if the Republicans win the House and Senate, investigate who funded the Black Lives Matter riots. They will never do that, though, Marco T. As much as we want them to, they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. They're not going to do it because they want a certain narrative to play out in this country. And investigating Black Lives Matter would be essentially requiring that liberal whites and black people who have participated in it become responsible for their actions. And remember, that is not the narrative. The narrative is that the woe is me black man has every excuse in the world, so he can protest or she can protest and destroy cities because we want them to constantly believe that they are oppressed. And the media would never promote. The media will have a campaign to demonize such an investigation. So they would dig up dirt on anybody who is a proponent of this investigation or this hypothetical investigation. Dr. Hound says Black Lives Matter is Black Lesbians Matter. That is absolutely funny. Yeah. Black Lives Matter was founded by a bunch of fat Black lesbians. Absolutely. Just like Jessica Lee Peterson said. Salute, Dr. Hound. Thank you so much. Let me see. What's up, Q Moore? How you doing? Damn Deluxe says, if you remember, they tried to impeach Trump for asking about Hunter Biden, the first impeachment. Yeah. Dr. Hound says, America is a corporation and Trump is a businessman. Perfect match. Amber Marie Green also says Trump was a businessman. Yeah, he was. He was. Let me see. John Caluminati says, a liar. Burning down buildings is peaceful protesting. So is assault, beating up old ladies, and murder. I guess he's talking to somebody in the chat. Bob says Trump 2024. Yeah, I'm definitely going to vote for Trump in 2024 if he runs. And if he does not decide to run and his son runs, I'm definitely voting for Trump Jr. if he decides to run, definitely. We need another Trump in office. Cabral says, CT, do you follow the Hodge twins? I certainly do. I certainly follow them. Yeah, I definitely follow them. They're awesome. They are great conservative content creators. Guys, if you do not know who the Hodge twins are, please go over to I think their page is called Conservative Twins. Please like and subscribe to them. Seven Stills in the building. He says, salute, CT. Guys, please hit the like button. Carlisle says, who the hell told you that blacks were destroying the cities? It was mainly whites doing the shit. Sir, I literally witnessed blacks destroying cities. Literally witnessed it. Literally throwing metal trash cans into storefronts, literally going to downtown areas, destroying cars, burning cars. burning police stations. I literally saw it. Now, unless these blacks were white people with heavy makeup on and prosthetics, these are black people. I saw it firsthand. I want to point out that Haley says beta, like Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you so much. Tap in Production says, how do you have faith in the authenticity of the voting system after the mail-in ballot finesse they pulled? I don't know. Tap in Production. You have to cam up and ask. And what are you talking about? The Trump campaign? You have to call in because I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. John Caluminati says it's look, it is also mainly white liberals mad over Roe v. Wade. Think hard and hard about that. Yeah, yeah, because they would love for, you know, they love for especially black women to have abortions. They love for that. Why wouldn't they? Let me see. FBA says greetings all. Greetings to you, FBA. Positivity is definitely coming your way. Let me see here. Guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe. The link is in the chat if you want to cam up and talk about the laptop situation. Guys, let me go real quick. See, the Delaware computer repairman. So this is another article. Now, I just read your article about the repairman from the computer store. This is another article. The repairman who revealed Hunter Biden laptop sues Schiff, CNN, Politico, and the Daily Beast. Yeah, get these little liberal puppets up out of here. Thank you so much. It says the Delaware computer repairman who blew the whistle on Hunter Biden's laptop filed a multi-million-dollar defamation suit Tuesday against Democratic Representative Adam Schiff, CNN, The Daily Beast, and Politico, saying they falsely accused him of peddling Russian disinformation. The former shop owner, John Paul Mac Isaac, decided to fight back after losing his business and being harassed for 18 months by big tech, the media, and Delaware locals in President Biden's home state, all because he blew the whistle on the debauchery that he saw on that damn laptop. Oh, damn, you can't see it. Hold on for a second. Sorry. After fighting to reveal the truth, all I want to know now is for the rest of the country to know that there was a collective and orchestrated effort by social and mainstream media to block a real story with real consequences for the nation. The 45-year-old Mac Isaac told the Post. This was collusion led by 51 former pillars in the intelligence community and backed by words and actions of a politically motivated Department of Justice and FBI. Damn, they definitely were politically motivated. And they were. They have the interest of the liberals at hand. So they'll do anything to pretty much sweep these things under the rug, right? Let's see. It says Mac Isaac came to legally own the laptop after Biden's son, Hunter, dropped it off at a store for repairs in April of 2019 and never came back. The material on the laptop had raised serious questions about Biden or what Biden knew of his son's overseas business deals, during which he and the president's brother, Jim Biden, often invoked his powerful name. Wow. Scumbag. Marco says the Democrats want to remove the Electoral College. How do you know that? Michael H says next you're gonna be Spy Lies, the boogeyman wear pink bloomers. That's funny. Let's see here. Thanks for the $5 super chat, Kamarser. Kamarser says the only reason Biden ran to become president was to protect himself and Hunter from the crimes committed and continue to commit. Yeah, Yeah, because you know what, being the president, man. Let's be completely honest, man. It almost gives you like it really gives you, you know, immunity, right? I mean, literally, man. Think about this for a minute. The president can literally pardon people who've committed crimes. So you're in jail. Let's say you're doing 50 years. The president can literally say, I want this dude out of jail. And they call it a pardon. Come on, man. Like, I pardon your crimes. So the president is a very powerful individual. So, yeah, why not? If you have committed a crime, if you have committed something, why not become president? And clearly, that's what the Biden has done, right? Thank you so much for the super chat, though, man. That was really awesome. Thank you so much. Keeping it real says it's all coming out. President Trump, the NSA have all evidence. All the truth regarding is going to be exposed. JFK, 9/11, elections, deep state, the NWO, cabal, Obama's, Clinton, Hollywood, elite. Damn. What's the conspiracy for 9/11 again? I had people tell me that 9/11 never even, like, I had people tell me that the buildings are still there. And I said, the buildings are still there. Like, yeah, everybody hasn't gone to New York. I'm like, what? Guys, a lot of times, man, falling into rabbit holes will have you thinking crazy. So just beware of that. Just beware. Why didn't Trump pardon Snowden? Isn't that because Snowden is not in the country, right? So technically, I mean, I don't know how pardons work. So do you have to be in the country to be pardoned? Let me know. Produced by yours truly says, I don't throw stones while someone is sick. Addicts have a disease. Produced by yours truly, that is very noble and honorable of you. However, you have to call a spade a spade. If you're a crackhead, you're a crackhead. If you're an alcoholic, you're an alcoholic. And that's that. You know, I don't big up people who are in those conditions. If I'm drinking and driving, and if I hit somebody's car, I can't, and somebody gets injured or killed, I can't say, well, you know, I have a disease, I'm an addict. Can you forgive me? They're gonna be like, no, you should have been drinking and driving. Make adult decisions. Salute to you, though. Produced by yours truly. Black says there isn't 2 hours of content to report. Why are you still here? Well, Black, I mean, again, I already gave you my answer hour and a half ago. I was waiting for people to cam up. And you are correct. I have a question for you, though. If it's not 2 hours of content to talk about, why are you still here? Why are you still here? Let me see. Long shot beat says black people are always trying to save the worst. Yeah, always trying to save the worst. He's a addict. I can't talk about that, man. Stop it. Stop it. You're an adult. Make adult decisions. Stop smoking crack. Tino says herpes is a disease too. You still made a choice before you got it. Thank you so much, Tino, for saying that. Always want to big up the undesirable culture. No problem, Black. Salute to you. No problem. No problem. I've been up here by myself. I know. It's trust me. The topic of conversation is really short, but I'm waiting for people to camp up. Trust me. I understand what you're talking about. Alicia says, good point. I wonder what point was she talking about in terms of, okay, I don't know. Okay, guys, thank you so much, man. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Mac Isaac handed over a copy of the laptop's hard drive to the FBI in December of 2019, and 8 months later alerted then President Donald Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, who provided a copy of the hard drive to the Post. And I already read this. And this is the owner right here, guys, if you can see him. This is the owner right here. When the post first story broke in October of 2020, just 3 weeks before the presidential election, Twitter and Facebook moved to censor it. Then Schiff and 51 former intelligence officials labeled the laptop Russian disinformation. In the aftermath, Mac Isaac says his business and reputation were ruined. Twitter initially labeled my action hacking. So, for the first day after my information was leaked, I was bombarded with hate mail and death threats revolving around the idea that I was a hacker, a thief, and a criminal. That's what happens to you, man, when you whistleblow. Let's see. Bionic says Hunter was a flunky and knew he was going to destroy the family. I agree. I totally agree with you. Tap in production says Biden didn't have compassion. He said lock them up, stop the capping or caping. That's true. In the early 90s, Joe Biden was a strong proponent of locking up crackheads. He was. So you're absolutely right, Tap In Productions. So his son became a crackhead. So why should we have any love for his son? Oh, he's an addict. Stop it. Stop being an addict. Stop. Just like when people say stop drinking. I'm an addict. Stop drinking. Stop drinking. I've seen people who smoke for 30, 40, not 40 years, because I'm not 40, but I've seen people who smoke for decades. And eventually they stopped. You know why they stopped? Because they had health issues. Something made them stop eventually. Your addiction doesn't have that much damn power over you. Trust me, it doesn't. It doesn't. Let the doctor come in there and tell you have cancer. And I bet you will say, you know what, maybe I should start eating just green fruits and vegetables. I bet you start doing it. FBA says, if Kanye was president, would inflation be so high? Chaotic, you would be even a better prez at this point. Yeah, thank you so much. I don't think that inflation, I think inflation is pretty much, it's a natural phenomenon in an open market. You know, eventually people want to get paid more. So with that being said, if you're paying people more, obviously prices are going to go up. And, you know, to be honest with you, if I was a business, I would rather have my business go overseas and have foreigners work for me for damn near nothing. So, yeah, you got to, you know, inflation is inevitable, you know. You know, you're a truck driver, you know, you're shipping off goods and services. And one day you say, you know what, man, I want to make a little bit more money. I want to make $10,000 more. And then your agency says, well, we can't pay you more, asshole. And you say, you know what, I quit. I start my own business. So now you have a lack of truckers. So a truck that's shipping goods and services isn't available at the time. So that's why you got a lot of goods going through the roof. You have a worker shortage. So it's inevitable in any culture that inflation will happen. It's inevitable. I mean, you may look up one day and the price of milk may be $10. You know why? Because hell, how many people are really going into farming? To be completely honest with you, the more people that go into OnlyFans, the more people that go into online businesses, the less people go into farming. You know what that does? The price of milk is going to go through the roof now. Because you only have so many farmers, right? Let me know if I'm wrong, guys. Please come up. I didn't know that, Black. So you says Black says also you don't have to be in the country to get partied. I didn't know that at all. Oh, you responded to what I said. Oh, okay. Thank you, Alicia. Michael says, if you have to read a script to spew BS, what make you think the lemon can come up without a script and support their arguments? Sir, this is a free market. This is a open society. You're free to talk. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. You're free to talk. What the hell do I care? Long Shot Beats says y'all are actually defending Hunter Biden. Yeah, well, Long Shot Beats, man. We live in a sick society. Did you see the other day how the woman? It was a woman in Minneapolis. A man was shooting in her apartment with her kids. He had been stalking her. There was a 6-hour standoff with police. The police eventually shot the man. Black Lives Matter came to her apartment complex to march for that man. She's like, yo, this guy was shooting at me. They're telling her to shut up. They're telling her that, well, at least you're alive, et cetera, et cetera. So think about this. You have people defending a man who tried to kill this woman and her kids. So you have people who are defending the president and defending his son. Absolutely, because we live in a backwards world. Backwards world. Pride Jesse says we need the Judge Greg Mathis diagnosis. He know a crackhead when he see one. Yeah. Oh yeah. Judge Greg Mathis and what's the other judge? Judge Joe Brown. Whoo boy, they were famous to calling somebody a crackhead. You let him borrow $5 and he only gave you $2 back, ma'am. Sound like a dope fiend move to me, if you ask me. See, they were quick to call you a crackhead, you know. And guys, if you're younger, if you were born in the 2000s, you don't know this, but like in the 90s, man, dude, black people love calling each other crackheads. Let you do something dope fiendish, you know. Let you do something dope fiendish. You walk down the street, you could be in a middle class neighborhood, upper middle class neighborhood. Somebody walking down the street that don't belong there, they clucking. Neighbors say, "What's wrong with you, man? You a dope fiend?" Oh, that was common dialogue in the 90s. Okay, guys, let me see. Long Shot Beat says, "Get rid of the minimum wage." No, I disagree with that. We do need a minimum wage. We do, because I'm gonna tell you why. There are times when there needs to be regulation on the economy. I understand. I said there's a free market, and you would think in a free market, an employer should have the right to to pay what he wants. But guys, let me tell you something. If we got rid of the minimum wage, you have employers who are absolutely psychopathic to the point where they will virtually enslave their employee. They'll say, you know what, asshole, we'll give you $1 an hour. How about that? So you do need a minimum wage. You need the government to step in and say, you know what? This is the federal minimum wage. We'll leave it up to the states to decide their own minimum wage, but this is the minimum federal wage. Because slavery ended hundreds of years ago. We're not going to allow this. So I agree with the minimum wage. But Long Shot Beats, thank you so much for your opinion. Guys, please cam up. Oh, we got somebody cam up. Your camera is kinda that man. You gotta. There you go. And salute to you, sir. You came on my panel last night. That man. Let me ask you a question, sir.
Yep.
Is Hunter Biden a crackhead? Keep it real.
Major crackhead.
Go ahead, sir. You got the floor. What do you think about what I was talking about? Me reading, which people didn't like. What do you think about it, sir?
I think, like you said, we is living in a backward society to where people are defending criminals, people are defending murderers, the people are defending everything but a rapist
Mm.
or that's where they cut the line. Cut the line in the sand where they say rapists and that it's even to the point where some people are even accepting pedos. So in the LGB, they real close to adding the P. So it's
Well,
it's
let me ask
getting
you this real quick. Let me ask you this. Hunter Biden dropped a laptop off with a lot of incriminating evidence.
yeah.
Okay. Hunter Biden was on the board of directors for an energy company in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in your opinion, would you suggest that there is a level of nepotism that has taken place, considering these many stories of these deals where his father's name is mentioned?
Yeah,
Mm. Go ahead, sir.
I think that they have so much evidence against them right now. They have so much evidence against them right now to the point where if this was, we all know if this was Trump and this was his son, this will be everywhere. I mean, when I say everywhere, I'm talking about it will be on CNN all day, and we know this. So I think that he should have. You look at his son and you look at him, and you know for a fact like why we're getting what we're getting right now. And I know inflation will be still inflation will go up regardless because this is how the economy works. But
Mm.
we know it wouldn't be as bad as it is right now. And the the it's crazy to me. His son is like you it's like it's whole videos of him with strippers with smoking crack sitting there sitting down smoking crack in a little green room and stuff like that. And there's nobody really talking about it but people on YouTube and probably in Fox News. And the people who it's no like if you bring this up to people that support the other side, they will tell you, oh, that's just them doing fake videos. I heard people even tell me like how they be doing like the deep face videos, like where they have the face put on somebody else and they smoking, they doing whatever. I'm like, man, that video, I can tell the difference between a deep face video and a video of a person, a real video of a person.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard these stories before that
Mm-hmm.
that that they're able to create these videos. I've heard stuff like this before.
Yeah,
But let's be
yeah.
completely honest. Let's be completely honest. Hunter Biden smoking crack.
Mm-hmm.
He dropped his laptop in some water. He's drunk. We've all injured ourselves drunk. There's
Mm-hmm.
no Russian espionage here. There's no Russian hacking here. We know
Right.
that he hasn't paid taxes on the money that he earned or not earned. We know he hasn't made paid money on the money that he got as overseas. He's acting as a foreign agent when in fact he's not. He's using his father or the name to curry favors. It's all a debacle here. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, and the thing about the war in Ukraine, I actually think this war in Ukraine is a distraction because you see these people out here in Ukraine. I mean, politicians. It's supposed to be a war zone, right? It's supposed to be a war zone, but you see all these people going out there and talking to President Zelensky, and they are just they have a normal conversation like it's nothing. I think this is some type of co-op to basically just be a distraction. And you see these people doing these dirty deals. I mean, you see him doing dirty, Hunter Biden doing dirty deals up over there and making money off of people. I mean, off of Ukraine. I'm like, this is. I can't go into real detail because I really don't know everything about it. But the thing about it is, this is absolute treason. This is treason against our country. Where has that law gone? Like when back, I remember back. I thought who was saying not John. I think it was everybody talks about him all the time. What's that name? Not John F. Kennedy, but Reagan. Reagan when I remember he brought up like people were doing treasonous acts and things like that. And I'm like, well, if you pay attention to what's going on right now with a lot of these people doing insider training like right and things like that, we're not that much difference from with these politicians in office from a third world country that, and they're almost damn near open with their treason. Like everybody can see it.
Give me 1 second, okay? I want to read something real quick. Guys, check this out. This is a Ukraine report. It says federal regulation prohibits federal government employees from using public office for private gain, or for the private gain of relatives. This regulation also seeks to ensure that the performance of official duties does not give rise to an appearance of the use of public office for private gain or given preferential treatment. This regulation, however, does not apply to the president or vice president. That's pretty much so. That's pretty interesting. So this regulation, however, does not apply to the president or vice president.
What?
Other federal regulations. So I wonder. Okay. So I wonder. Okay. So let's keep reading. Other federal regulations require only the consideration of an appearance of a conflict of interest, where an employee knows that a person with whom he has covered relationship is represent or represents a party, and where the employee determines that the circumstances would cause a reasonable person with knowledge of the relevant facts to question his impartiality on the matter. So let me see. Although OGE's authority to investigate and recommend solutions to most employees for the conflicts of interest issues is well established, Congress did not extend this authority to the president and vice president. This does not mean there is an absence of any authority to hold the president or vice president accountable for conflict of interest. Oh, wow. So this might be okay. So maybe there is no wrongdoing. I don't know. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Maybe there isn't any wrongdoing. So if he's the that makes no sense. So if he's the president, right?
He was the vice president at the time.
Right?
Yeah.
So if he's the president, he can just, how he's doing right now, selling our petroleum reserves. He can just, basically sell our whole country to another country, and it is,
How would he be able to do that, sir?
If you're talking about under scrutiny, people should be checking this, right? But most people don't know the laws and what the laws entail. Like that law right there. It's other laws that they have in that I've been looking at, or the policies that he's been putting into office, and like him coming in and then shutting down the pipeline, basically shutting down the whole oil industry, most of it, and then taking off and making it to where it's hard to get permits. And I've seen I've seen a video of these people basically that work in the oil industry, basically being like, it's hard to get work now. It's it's crazy to me. People get confused on why everything is going through the roof and why everything is so high right now. When he literally said before he got into office, we're going to shut down the oil industry. We don't want these people to make all this money and all that stuff. So they basically just garner control, get control, and beat. This whole green agenda is, or what I like to call the Captain Planet agenda, is, I think it's to freeze the economy, like kind of how they froze the economy under the C word, code. I don't want to say the word because things get crazy, but I think it's a way to try to paralyze people, and then just garner control. Oh, we can make you do this, we can make you do that. Get people used to being controlled. So, and everybody just went to everybody was like, well, this C word out here. So we go listen to you. We go get in our house. We go shut down our businesses. It was few people who actually fought against the regulations and fought against like I'm not shutting down my business. And if everybody would have did that, then they couldn't do anything. That's what people don't understand. These laws, these regulations and things like that will only stop your freedom if you allow them to. If you know it's unconstitutional, then you go against it, and everybody go against it as a mass, then they can't control you. But if you just say yes and just do whatever they tell you to do, because you don't know the law and you don't understand what these regulations is, then you will just say yes and do whatever the government, do whatever Big Daddy government wants you to do. Uh, I see. I see. It's a lot of it's mass cowardice out here.
Mm.
Just like right, people always they complaining about the supply chain. Right, I'm in trucking right now, and there's people complaining about um the supply chain issues. But do you see these folks running out here to be truckers?
No, they're not. Not anymore. No. No.
So I do. The one thing I can say though, as I see a lot of at this company I'm at right now, I see a lot of people with my color, and they're coming in to do to try to be a trucker. But a lot of these folks is out here spelling drug tests,
Yeah.
and it's like, man, you can't. And the economy is getting hard, and I see people trying to jump towards it. And I ask them, "Oh, how long you plan on being in the industry?" They will tell me, well, I only plan on being here, 4 months. Man, I'm just trying to stay above water. Da, 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 da. I'm like, man, you need to if people were more patriotic and cared about their country and their cared about their country and they were more knowledgeable, then they will understand that we need you out here. The reason why a lot of things are really high right now. One of the reasons, I'm not gonna say the reason, but one of the reasons is we don't have enough truck drivers out here. We don't have enough people to deliver to these stores. So price of things are going up. People, and another reason is people out here stealing from they live in certain places. They made laws to where basically made thievery like uncriminalized thievery. Like
Mm-hmm.
people out here just uh, I see people out here bootlegging all the time. Out here taking whole. I see racks of ribs, detergent, all type of things taken out the grocery store, and these people are just walking out, and they'll be 3 blocks down from the grocery store they just stole from, and then they'll be selling the same thing that they just stole from the store. And we looking like, and people are looking like, why everything is so high? Why everything is so high?
Yeah.
Without actually looking at the fact that they're
Right.
not
Looking at the fact that there's a supply chain issue where
yeah.
you have a worker shortage, you have a lot of people in the factories that can produce the goods and services,
Mm-hmm.
then they don't get pushed out to the stores. Oh, absolutely. That man, I'm gonna put you in the back real quick. I want to do one-on-ones real quick, and then we'll do a panel. Stay in the back if you can. Thank you so much. All right.
All right.
Yep. Let me see. Okay, guys, that was that man. He's gonna be in the back. I will do a panel, but I want to get just one-on-ones real quick. Gilded Q9. Biden, Gilded Quan. I apologize. Gilded Quan. Hunter Biden necessarily has not really committed a crime per se, and neither has Joe Biden. I'm not an attorney, sir. I'm not an attorney, and particularly I don't deal with federal crimes. But it appears that um, Hunter Biden has presented himself as a foreign agent, which he is not. And it also appears that he has paid no taxes on the millions of dollars that he made as a board member at Burisma, an energy company in the Ukraine. But as far as I know, I've been doing research, and this is why I say I'm not an expert on this topic. But it appears that maybe there is no wrongdoing. You can mention I guess there's nothing wrong with mentioning the name of your father if he is a powerful man to get favors. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong. I don't know. What do you think about the whole laptop story? What do you think about the whole situation?
I don't really care for it. My thing is,
but that's the topic of discussion. So
no. I'm gonna stick to the discussion piece. But for me, I just agree with the fact that you get what you vote for. And at the end of the day, we could talk about all of these topics, but I'm gonna just take black men as a talking point. We voted Biden in at 93% last election. So, in my opinion, whatever happens in terms of whatever comes out of this administration, because we can't complain or talk about any of these things and at the same time vote for this man at a 93% clip. No, I don't. I feel like at this point, the men, especially the black men who were a part of that 93%, who voted Biden in, are the ones who need to be shamed. The same way we shame women for having multiple kids with multiple men, we need that same type of shame for any man, black man, who was a part of that 93% that voted Biden in, because we wouldn't have this problem if it wasn't for these men who claim to be patriarchs and all of these things. You can't be a patriarch and vote for Joe Biden. You can't be a patriarch or a alpha and vote for this. No, there's no way. Those two can't exist. You can't tell me you're a leader in your community and you sit back and watch this man lock up everybody's uncles and granddads and whoever for all of his career and say, you know what? I think it's a great idea if we vote him in. No, I think those men are cowards. And I need to know who these men were that lined up at a 93% rate and voted Joe Biden in, because those men need to be shamed. The same way that we shame everybody else, our community needs to shame those black men who voted for him, because they're the reason we're going through this.
Sir, thank you so much for saying what you're saying. I have a few more questions for you. It appears that it has become, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears that it has become the go-to excuse for liberals. So for example, it wasn't that Hunter Biden was drunk coming from, he says that he was coming from a cigar house. We know he was coming from a crack house. But it appears that you can just blame Russia for everything. It was Russian hackers. It was Russian espionage. Why do you think as a society now, we can just blame, not we, but you could just put the blame on Russia and particularly Putin?
Because it's easier to blame something outside versus blaming the fact that we don't do the very simple things within our own communities. I'm guarantee you, if we were to do a vote in the chat right now of who your city's alderman is, you would have everybody rushing to their Google to figure out who the alderman of their city is. And I say that to say we don't have a political discourse within our communities, because we don't even know who the people are who are responsible for our day-to-day transactions. We don't know who our judges are. We don't know who our city council members are. We don't know who the school board is. So those people get to operate with impunity because normal people don't engage in politics in their own communities. I guarantee you right now there's a meeting right now in the community where they can go and meet these people, but we refuse to do the politics. So when it comes down to engaging in elections or when things happen, it's easier to blame the fact that it's another country versus the fact that you don't go to your community meetings. You don't know who your politicians are. You don't know who represents you. You don't know the judge. You don't know the community outreach persons. You don't know the city council. These are all the people that are supposed to help us, but we don't even know who those people are. So it's very simple things that we don't do that leads to things like blaming outside entities.
Okay. Let me ask you this, man. Thank you so much, sir. Joe Biden lied about, well, it appears that he lied about knowing Hunter Biden's associates in the Ukraine. I named someone, particularly Zarhowski. Did you listen to me when I said that?
Could you repeat that real
so
quick?
Joe, so it appears that there are a few individuals that Joe Biden has supposedly never have met.
Mm-hmm.
That a lot of sources, like the New York Post, posted it. In fact, Joe Biden met some of these people, particularly at a dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Is the president lying about not knowing these individuals that Hunter Biden is doing business with overseas, or had done business with overseas?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that they've been lying from the beginning, because when you think about it, think about things that happen. Like for example, I don't know if you've been keeping up, but the guy Julian Assange,
Yeah, I'm familiar. Yep, Assange. Yep,
you
absolutely.
know what I mean? He's pretty much serving prison for pretty much doing what's within the Constitution. You know, those are public files that he was just, given free access to. So you have an administration, in my opinion, of Democrats who have been going against people who are putting out information, and they're locking up the people who are giving access to regular people to have information. And that's never been a thing. They've never done that before. Information has always been something that was free to the public. And just recently, they started like literally locking people up or demonizing the people that are trying to give out the information just because it might be damaging to their party. But at the same time, they have no issue with doing that to the other side. So, in my opinion, yes, I believe, yes, he is lying. And I believe that the Democrats have an agenda in terms of limiting and locking up the people who dissent or have information that makes them look bad.
So with the Hunter Biden laptop situation,
Mm-hmm.
we see that. So from what I'm reading, and I'm not an attorney, so I don't have the legal expertise to come to a valid conclusion, I guess. Nepotism, it has played a big factor, a big part of Hunter Biden's political career. I mean, not political career, but his working career. So, is it wrong for a sitting president? So, Joe Biden was threatening to cancel the loan that was going to be given to the Ukrainians if the prosecutor would not be fired. Now, this prosecutor was basically going to start an investigation on the very same company that Hunter Biden worked for. Is that responsible of an elected official, particularly a president, to do, knowing that your son is on that board?
No, I don't. I don't believe that there should be any type of nepotism within like government, because it's a conflict of interest at that level. because, of course, if your son is having business dealings with a country that you're also having business dealings with, that becomes a conflict of interest when now we're in a proxy war, in my opinion, with Russia. You know what I'm saying? Like, I believe that a lot of what we're doing in Ukraine is really a business dealing.
Yeah, go ahead.
That doesn't really, to me, have anything to do with politics per se. That's more so I got to cover my business dealings. And that happens when you compromise and you have people who dip and dab. For example, I don't know if people know, but what is Mitch McConnell? Mitch McConnell's wife has her dad is really big with the CCP, which is Chinese, one of the biggest Chinese manufacturers and one of the biggest ones that make all the housing. A lot of politicians dip and dabble, and I don't believe that you should be able to have a business while also holding office because it's a natural conflict of interest. How are you going to do global politics when you have a business interest as opposed to what's best for the American people?
Hold on for a second. Michael H. said, "What the F? Dude, Trump hired his family into government positions they were not qualified for and had to get a law changed. Michael, again, I don't know how many times I've been talking for 2 hours. I'm talking about you are a high-ranking government official, president or vice president, and you're getting your children or your family into private sectors, not government sectors. I've been saying that. No, I'm not talking about government jobs. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you influencing your child who is not qualified to be on the board of directors for example, I don't know, just name any company. Let's say Walmart,
Goldman Sachs,
and they're not qualified. They have a degree in art studies. That's what I was talking about. But thank you so much, Michael H. Give me a second, guys. What's up, man? Desto, can you come on camera? You're normally on camera. What's up, man? Desto, can you come on camera, sir? Okay, go ahead, Gilded.
Yeah, so just piggybacking to that point, and the chat also has it right too. A lot of Nancy Pelosi does a lot with China. Like it's a conflict of interest because at the same time, China has all of these politicians in their back pocket, while at the same time they're our direct competition. So we can't do but so much politically because all of our politicians have their hands tied. That's why a lot of them got so angry when Trump tried to really go at China in terms of the trade war. He didn't. A lot of those Republicans went against them as well as the Democrats because that messes up their business, and it shouldn't be that way. If you're a politician, you shouldn't have the ability to do that because then you get into insider trading and all of those things. So it's like I just don't agree with it. But again,
go ahead.
We voted him in, knowing his history, knowing what he said. So I don't have an issue per se with it. You know, we voted in a president that played a saxophone and got our vote. So it is what it is for me.
Bionic says that, and I failed to mention this, and Bionic is correct. There's a lot of allegations suggesting that Hunter Biden had committed money laundering as well. So, you know, it all starts with his father wanting to fire the prosecutor in the Ukraine that's opening up this investigation. So there's a lot. There's a lot to the story. Like Bob said earlier, you know, this is a very complex situation right here. And it's a lot of rabbit holes here. Angry Snowman, I was not aware of this, but Biden was using Air Force One to fly Hunter all over the world so he could engage with his private business dealings. That's illegal, also. I don't
Mhm.
know. I mean, first of all, I'm not aware of this. And again, guys, I already told you earlier that if you have information on this, please cam up and talk about it. But I'm unaware of this. Now, I would assume that use now, Angry Snowman. I don't know if you're over exaggerating here, but if you're not, it would appear that using Air Force One is highly illegal for your relative's private business dealings, considering the fact that Air Force One is taxpayer dollars.
But
So,
that happens all the time. People use government money on. I live in DC, so
so let me ask you a question. So, if you work for the government and you have a government car, and you take that car and I don't know, drive to New York with it on private business, is that legal?
it's not supposed to be. But people get away with it with whatever they want in DC. I remember some years back there was an issue with the GSA where they were awarding contracts to literally any and every big business,
Yeah.
knowing that a percentage of those contracts are supposed to go to small and minority businesses.
Mm.
So it's literally in DC, it's literally who you know who can cover your ass, and you can literally do what you want.
Yeah, that's a perfect that right there is a perfect breeding ground for corruption. But um, what when we in places like DC where they got all these people that are just basically um, I would like to say idiots. These people are a lot of them are idiots and they go along to get along. Uh, they most likely wouldn't understand what's going on in front of their damn eyes if they see it. So um, with that law that's with the president and vice president, I think that the law should be that shouldn't be a law to begin with. I think it should be equal all the way from the top down on who is held accountable and how they are held accountable. And they shouldn't be able um, to have conflict of interest and us know it and us not put him in a courtroom to find out what is going on and see what he answers and what he's not answering. So a lot of times silence incriminates and putting these people in front of a penalty period so they can be held accountable for what they say and what they do will be will be I think it will be awakening for a lot of people. Or
And thank you so much, that man. Let me ask you guys this:
Mhm.
if these, and I don't think I've asked you this before, and if I did, please let me know. But if the situation was Ivanka Trump being on the board of directors in Ukraine and dropping off a fishy laptop, what would have happened, Gilded Quan?
Oh man, it would have been front page news. It would have been like everywhere. It would have been everywhere because at the end of the day, we allowed the left, in my
Ivana,
opinion,
not Ivanka. Sorry, Ivana. Ivana's the daughters. Yeah, Ivana.
we've allowed the left and the Democrats to be able to get away with painting this man as like the worst demonic president. And it's like, how? We literally let them say to us that Trump was the most racist president that we ever had.
yeah,
And literally, there's a man named Woodrow Wilson who did unthinkable wrong dealings to black people. You know what I mean? There was
What
a
did
president.
Woodrow Wilson do to black people? I'm unaware of this. What did he do to black people?
I mean, he was responsible for a lot. In
What lie was
terms,
that?
huh?
What lie was that, sir?
He was responsible. So I know during that period we had a lot of like black congressmen and he was responsible for pretty much ousting a lot of those black congressmen during that time. Another one, Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson was responsible for pretty much saying niggas ain't getting their 40 acres and a mule. How is Donald Trump worse than Andrew Jackson? How do we allow that to go down unchecked? So we buy into things like that, and it's
Well, how do you know all these presidents were racist, sir?
Yeah, I need evidence.
So here's the thing: if a prior president promised 40 acres and a mule to all the slaves that were freed,
Which president? Which president promised 40 acres and a mule?
so before Andrew Jackson, that was I'd have looked that up. But again, you can look up 40 acres and a mule. That is an actual thing. It was promised to black people that were freed. When the next president comes and pretty much axes that, I mean, you can see the results of us not getting 40 acres and a mule. I mean, you could say it's not racist, but you can see the results of the suffering therefore after.
Hey, could you say, right? You could say, and I've heard this before. You could say the 40 acres and a mule was what they, and this might be, crazy to some people, but the 40 acres and a mule could be all these welfare programs that they had, all these things like WIC and things like that that our people are per capita are disproportionately on.
That's not specific to us though. 40 acres and a mule was specific to us. WIC
So it's
the United States.
So
welfare is for the United States.
Yeah.
40 acres and a mule was specific to African Americans.
So let me ask you a question real quick.
But all right.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Will Joe Biden be elected in 2024?
Not if I have something to say about it.
He won't, but unfortunately, black people are going to vote him in again.
Okay. Think black people will vote him in again? Okay.
I believe so. We haven't shown any resistance to it. We talk a good game, but at the end of the day, what has the history always shown? We voted a president that blew a saxophone in, who did horrible things, in my opinion, to black people. We voted for Obama, who during the housing crisis, a lot of black people lost homes. And we voted for Joe Biden, who locked up everybody's uncle and dad in the late 80s and early 90s. I don't see where any of that changes. So if we lose, it won't be because black folk didn't vote him in. We always vote Democrat. So
who would you vote for in 2024?
So until I see a change in black people where the words actually match the actions, I believe we're going to vote him in again.
Who would you vote for in 2024?
I wouldn't vote for Trump, but if Ron DeSantis ran, I would vote for Ron DeSantis.
It's funny that you said that because Pride Jesse just said that. He said, "Nah, dude, way too old." Talking about Trump, or Biden and Trump, maybe Ron DeSantis. Me too. I'm a staunch Trump supporter, but I
like his policies. I think he's coming with more policies than Trump.
Yeah,
Trump has like the platform, but in terms of actual policies that he's putting into place in Florida, where he's supporting he's supporting families and he's supporting fathers, I believe in those policies. And I don't believe that Trump has those specific types of policies that he's running on the way DeSantis has those types of policies.
Yeah, I agree with you. I one thing that I definitely respect and admire about Ron DeSantis is his parental rights bill that was passed. So yeah, I definitely, if he ran for president, that alone in itself would make me want to vote for him to become president. What's up, that man? Go ahead.
I think that I understand the history on black people voting Democrat, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people don't understand until it starts hitting them, and hitting them not only uh, in their pocket, right? But it starts affecting their family and their other people around them. Now, the only black people that I would see voting for them or are the hardcore, the people we see out here going crazy, BIPOCs and these extra spiritual, creative type people. Now, the only people I see vote black people vote for them is the people that's hardcore leftists. But I think a lot of people, even if they're on their side, is switching up. And I've seen it. I see it on my day by day. Even talking to black people that are truckers out here, a lot of people are switching, and they're switching in mass. Now,
we always talk that game though. We always talk about
it
we're gonna
hasn't been
do
this
this,
bad, bro.
we're gonna do that, and then when voting time comes, they scare a bunch of people. Oh, the right is gonna take away your this. They're gonna lock you up for this. They're gonna, and it's just like,
Hey,
oh,
look,
they're racist and da 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 da. And it's
look,
like we
look.
fall for that trap every year. Every
Yeah,
year since I've been voting, we fall for that trap.
I understand that, but see, the thing about it is, it's people who are waking up even to that because the thing people don't understand is how much history that Biden has lying and what he's doing now and all the bold-faced lie his administration is telling.
But
It's to the point where even you can't people can't defend his point. Even people on his side cannot defend what he is doing.
but it was
So
it was indefensible when it was Obama.
see,
Like,
I understand that, but see the thing about it is it would be people tell you blank to your face. I only voted for Obama because he was black. Now, I'll tell you, he went 2 terms. He was like, maybe he'll be able to do something better than next term. These average day people are not thinking about this. But once it's blatant in your face, and people are seeing it, and people are challenging their point, and you can't defend it whatsoever when it's held up to scrutiny, and I've seen people get the wheels turning in their head, and they will be like, "Damn, I can't defend that. I can't. I don't know what to say about that." And I'll show people videos of the lies, the deceptions, and the racist things that he said in his public interviews for this too.
mm-hmm.
And they have changed their mind, and I'm telling you, they are not going for the okie doke again. Not the same way. They're not going the same. When these midterms hit, we will see a group of black people, just like we see a group of the Mexican people
Mm-hmm.
who they know for a fact it's inside of Texas. They knew for a fact that these people are not supporting our real interests. They're not supporting our interests when it comes to family, when it comes to our businesses and the small businesses. They're trying to make the gap between the rich and the poor bigger and bigger and bigger. So
I believe that man, to be honest with you, I believe it when black people are able to call cap on Obama. When they're able to stand up and say, you know what, Obama was horrible to us as a people, that's when I believe that they are turning.
see the
Because
thing about
when you talk to the average black person about Obama, you could bring up everything from the housing crisis to how he handled the wars with the drones. You could, like, it's things that he admitted to out of his own mouth that were errors, and we just refuse to hold Obama accountable for anything.
Hey guys, I want to say something real quick. So I've been doing a lot of research on Hunter Biden. I just want to point this out real quick.
Mhm.
Let me read this to you real quick. Documents in the analysis indicate that few of Biden's deals ever came to fruition. I said that earlier, and shed light on how fast he was spending his money. Expenditures compiled on his hard drive show he spent more than $200,000 per month from October 2017 through February 2018 on luxury hotel rooms, Porsches,
Most likely.
and cash withdrawals. Biden has admitted to burning through cash to pay for drugs and partying with strangers who routinely stole from him. And he struggled to pay multiple mortgages or keep up with alimony and child support payments for his ex-wife. In his autobiography, Beautiful Things, he says the money from Burisma, which is the company he was on the board of directors, turned into a major enabler during my steepest skid into addiction and hounded me to spend recklessly, dangerously, destructively, etc. So, what do you guys think about that, real quick?
And that's why I go so hard on Obama's administration, because a lot of this was happening when Joe Biden was our vice president and Obama turned a blind eye to it. All of these things that you're reading right now started with Obama's administration and his refusal to check Joe Biden on this. All of these things, they all go back to when Obama was elected.
Yes, Trizzy, I know who Charleston White is. Yes. So you're saying that being a whoremonger, crackhead, partier, that was Obama's fault for Biden?
He chose it, and we voted for it.
But you didn't
He
vote
chose that.
for it.
He
But
chose it.
that's the son. The son is the vice president.
Their package deal. So you put in a man.
A 50-year-old man is a package deal with his father.
Obama placed a man
Okay.
in his vice presidency that has all of these red flags. You chose that as a politician. And now he's going in. His son is running amok. He's using the vice presidency to do dealings with China and Ukraine.
Correct.
Pretty much taking that office and trying to run a business as opposed to being the vice president. And this was all under Obama's watch. He chose this. And he turned a blind eye to it. And he didn't check Joe Biden. He let Joe Biden get Joe Biden get away with whatever he wanted.
Okay.
And this is how you get to where we're at today.
Give me a second, Gilded Quan and that man. Trigger Mike, man, what say you about the situation with the laptop, sir? Let me ask you a question. Which of the big threes were on the laptop? Pornhub, XN, XX, or X videos? Keep it real.
I don't know. He's white, so Pornhub maybe most likely.
I kind of got that Pornhub. So besides the debauchery that's on the laptop, what else do you think about the whole laptop situation? Showing the financials, showing business deals that went awry, allegations that his father knew about certain individuals, and his father saying that he didn't know. What do you think about that? What do you think about Biden's spending and drug usage and nepotism?
Okay, so
let's go ahead, sir. What do you think about all that?
I think this is all par for the course. There's nothing new under the sun.
Go ahead.
And right now, it's just a product of political polarization. You can go on any side in any caucus and find the same behavior. It's just who's ever's on the stage.
So you're telling me that Ivanka Trump and Donald Trump Jr. were smoking crack too?
Drug problems, cocaine in the white community? Are you serious? Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean,
you think so? You think Donald Trump Jr. was doing coke too?
Absolutely.
So Trigger Mike, let me ask you a question. You never done a bump?
I've never done drugs in my life. I've never. So my particular thing has more of a poetic thing behind it. I will never give my conscious mind over to a substance because I'm the type with an addictive personality. Does that make sense?
That makes perfect
sense.
I
will give my whole self to it if I even try it.
And I'm so glad, and I'm pretty sure other people are glad that you admitted that. I mean, a lot of people would never have admitted that. Thank you so much. So go on some more about this situation with Hunter Biden.
But Hunter Biden is He's just a child of a popular politician. And when you really look at it, to my knowledge, there is no other person whose parent has been a politician this long. Maybe no, he's been a politician longer than Nancy Pelosi. So I believe he has been in this life longer than any other child of a high-ranking political figure in America. So you got to make those distinctions when you're talking. Now, I'm not making excuses for Hunter Biden. What I'm generally saying is, I don't care what Hunter Biden did. You spoke about nepotism when I went to go pick my kids up. That's why I said, let me jump on here. Nepotism, ladies and gentlemen, it took me a long time to climb the corporate ladder. Okay, a long time. And I was so upset because I'm a first generation American. Okay, my parents are from Nigeria. And when I got up here, I realized I'm not mad at anybody anymore for the way they did things, because nepotism is just like the air. It's like oxygen. It's the only thing around. Everybody's going to do it if you have the chance. And when you really think about it, everyone is fighting for the opportunity to be special. Yeah. Everyone is fighting for the opportunity to put their kids on or have connections. So when people actually have these connections, they're going to use them. Okay. Joe Biden is going to use his influence through the back channels that aren't supposed to come to light to get his son a job, to get him on a board, even to maybe even back channel money to his political campaign. This is how it's all done. You're just not supposed to know about it. Anybody that you want to swear by or make pass a moral litmus test, they're going to fail because they've all done it. If not, the people, their campaign managers have done it without their knowledge. It's all happening every hour of the day. So it's no point in saying they're wrong for it, because if you had that power, I promise you, you do the same thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on for a second. Wait a minute. Trigger Mike, I don't like that. Are you saying that all of us are corruptible?
So let me make it.
I got my hand on the trigger to get you up out of here. Go ahead. No, I'm playing. Go ahead.
Let me qualify the statement. Yeah. It is not the person that is corrupt. It's power that corrupts. So if you have no power, you think you are more you have a higher sense of morality. Get that power and see what.
So let me ask you a question. None of us on the panel are this old, but do you think JFK was corrupt?
Yes.
Just okay. Now wait a minute.
Well, you know what? Let me put it this way, because I can't make statements on JFK and whether he was corrupt or not. I believe he is has any higher moral standard than anyone else in his party or any other white guy.
Let me ask you this.
It was only what he got caught doing or not.
Let me ask you this, man, because you know what, you bring up some good points here, and I'm glad that you have spoke your opinion and perspective. But I gotta ask you this: the next man that I'm gonna name is not a politician. However, he has major influence on society in terms of African Americans. Are you telling me that the minister is corrupt? Farrakhan.
As corrupt as anyone on this panel. Yes.
Oh.
What you are saying is
go ahead.
That so this is interesting conversation. I really like.
You came into this panel like Jordan in the '92 finals.
Let me tell you, this is actually excellent conversation, because this is real conversation for us to be having. Mm-hmm. It is what you do. You know, I look at it like on some real stuff, man. Like, I got people in my family that, you know, sold drugs before, and that's really wrong for, you know, Nigerian families. That they came here, they got into some things, got in with the bad people, and it's what you do with your life after that. Whether you get caught, how you own up to the misrepresentation of your community and or your family. That is the measure of a man, in my opinion. Anything that I'm not holding any of these men to any moral standard. I promise you. Tomorrow, the man we mentioned, because I don't want to put his name and his accusation out there, if they said he got caught with 7 underage girls, I would not blink nor say anything. Okay, because so I don't hold him to a higher moral standard.
Here's the problem, though.
Get home for a second. So, Trigger Mike, I got to ask you this. So you were born in the States, right?
I was.
So was I. Is it because do you think that your opinion is based on the fact that Nigeria is absolutely corrupt in terms of government and how it's ran, that you get your opinions or perspectives, or do you just, or you could have been born in Japan and you still would have the same viewpoint?
That's an excellent point. It is because I've seen the extent of political corruption
In America, not in Nigeria.
In Nigeria, like you said.
Oh, yeah, Nigeria. Okay, go ahead.
Exactly. In fact, I will go as far as to say a lot of my common sense conservative viewpoints stem from me knowing that good intentions is where all this stuff stems from. Okay, I have family members that are actually, representatives, okay, in Nigeria, political representatives, actual elected officials, all right, in our hometown. And like I said, we know them. So it is that closeness to home and seeing the world global politic, the world global political stage, that I know that it's just more dressed up here. It has more money behind it, but I know everything going on behind the scenes. All right.
Trigger Mike, let me give it to Kenshawn real quick. Kenshawn, are you there? Kenshawn?
I think he's frozen.
Okay, I don't know whether he's frozen or not, but
can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
My thing is with that, I wouldn't have no problem with your premise if people like Joe Biden and the left didn't play the moral high ground. They try to make themselves so much better than every other politician, when in fact you've been a politician for all of these years and you do the exact same things that you claim make every other person bad. So when you go on the campaign trail and you make yourself holier than thou, oh, I'm not Donald Trump, I don't do these things, I don't do that thing. According to your own logic, he's no better than anybody else. So we shouldn't take anything that he says at face value, because he's just as corrupt as every other politician. But yet we vote him in because we accept the fact that he gets to play the moral high ground, even though he's just as corrupt as the person that he's claiming to be holier than thou. Then,
all right. So let me just give you one pushback on that, because I agree. But my only pushback is that every politician, regardless of political party, plays the moral high ground. What it is that he's playing on your side. I'm a conservative, so I see it right now from my people because they're not in office. You understand? So they're trying to claim the moral high ground now. All common sense conservatives are saying, look at Joe Biden and things. It's attack ads, it's demonization ads right now for Joe Biden. So they're trying to claim the moral high ground over him. It's just whatever message you're listening to at the time, or really in America, whatever channel you frequent the most. Okay, so I get what you're saying, but again, that's all politicians that do that. So it's interesting in the black community because you stated this: 93% of black people vote one way. So you're always politically polarized one way. All right, so that's all I got.
yeah,
Hey, I could say this, right? And I do agree to a certain extent that the highway to hell is paved with good intention, right? And we see, like, if you look at the history on what the liberals are doing, and they're getting all these people to come out here on virtue signal and have this fake awareness. Now they'll tell you to your face things like, well, we're fighting for you blacks, right? We're fighting for you you Pacific Islanders and you Mexican people and da 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 da, But on the back end, most of this stuff most of the stuff that they say they're fighting for you for is destructive. Right?
Exactly.
And they are it's the thing about it.
Anthony, you got the cam up, Anthony. And Anthony, get the cam up. Go ahead, that man.
They are. So the thing about it is, we understand it's a straightforward path with the conservatives. They want limited government. We know their intentions. They want limited government. They want to keep our families together, and they want flourishing businesses. They really want to support the little man. Now, on the Democratic side, we know these people are their intention is wishy-washy. It can flip at any second depending on how they're feeling.
Hold on a second, that man, give me a second. I had to stop you real quick. Guys, the Lapeef Network is the greatest network on YouTube. While you guys are at work, while you guys are working, while you guys are doing some chore, I don't know, you guys can do anything. The Lapeef Network keeps you company. Guys, please contribute to the network by hitting that super chat. Last week, Anna said that black men don't have any money. And you guys came in full force last week. Prove to her again that you have money. Just don't hit the Cash App for $5, if that. Just prove to her that you guys have money. Go ahead, man. Just want to point that out. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, they get the liberal people are the people who get people to self-hate, right? And they okay, this is a greater point right here. Well, the story, the documentary Larry Elder put out on the liberals and how they are basically, they will tell you, well, we love you, but on the back end, they're really they will love you until they suffocate you. Mm-hmm. They will love you. They say they will versus you and love you till they destroy your community. They will love you until where they will be like, well, we go supply you with crack pipes. We will love you until we give you until we legalize all drugs. We gonna love you until we decriminalize criminals. We will love you until we take away your Second Amendment. We will love you until we give you welfare and disenfranchise your families. We will love you until we and like how they do in Chicago right now. We decriminalize stealing to make people to steal more to inflate your prices. But see, these people that don't understand the logistics of our country, the logistics of private property tax and keeping their housing market up and things like that. These people that don't think about these things when they out here just like BLM and these other social organizations destroying our doing $2 billion worth of damage in the United States of America, and how this affects property rights, and having all these drug addicts on the street that they're giving crack pipes to. They're
Biden policy.
Hey, producer Jesse, thank you so much for your $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Black Thought says, I'm broke. This is rent money. Laugh out loud. Laugh out loud. Thank you for the $5 super chat, guys. Let's keep these super chats coming in, guys. Let's support the network. Guys, I'm sorry to cut you off real quick, but I want to ask Trigger Mike a question real quick. Trigger Mike, and I'm being serious. Let's be honest. Hunter Biden, he bought the laptop in. It was all types of porn and debauchery on it. He had incriminating evidence. The laptop was damaged through water damage. What was the 48 hours before he bought that in? Could you walk us through the 48 hours that led up to him? The 48 hours before and bringing it to the store. Keep it real. What do you think he was doing 2 days before?
I mean,
they said he was at a
smokehouse. He's about 50, right?
He was about 47 at the time. They said he was at a cigar shop, and they said, "Oh yeah, they can fix your laptop." cigar shop seems like a crack house. But what do you think he was doing?
Something he had no business doing.
Illicit.
Something illicit. Well, the reason I say it is like this is not even a joke coming from me. Like you said, it's very serious. You just got to know his history. So if you know his history, he's gone to rehab several times. In his book, he talks about his struggles.
But give it the 48 hours. Let's do 48 hours before. Thank you so much, Amber Marie Green, for the $10 super chat. Amber says, "Put some respect on my city's name." Talking about Chicago. What do you think he was doing in 24 hours? Do you want to know what I was thinking he was doing?
Cocaine. I think he was doing cocaine.
I think he was doing cocaine, crack. Definitely.
We keep saying crack. Who does crack? I need to know who does crack anymore.
Well,
that's why Joe Biden made that policy for the free.
He said he started smoking crack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh well, he's a real one, I guess.
Yeah.
Hey man. I want to respond to that. That man said, "Put some respect on my city name." Now, if you pay attention to what's going on in Iraq, it speaks for itself, man. You said put some respect on your city name. You need to go put some feet on ground level in your city to go make sure that these motherfuckers don't corrupt your
Sir, we're not cursing.
Okay.
Let's get you up out of here, Dat man. You messed up. No, I'll bring you back. Come on.
But
he looked hurt.
My bad. I'm in the Fight Club mindset. My bad.
Okay.
Now, you talk about you need to put the feet on the ground to make sure people like Lori Lightfoot and all these people that's inside that black the police department that's out there. And a lot of these officials are corrupt. You need to go make sure these people aren't messing over your community with all these policies they push into virtue signal to you. You need to go out there and make sure they're not destroying y'all neighborhoods by telling y'all, well, we're gonna take away all y'all guns, we're gonna take away all the law-abiding citizen guns and make sure all the criminals got guns. We go and take away y'all Second Amendment rights. Y'all need to go check that instead of trying to check me and talking about put respect on your city name. You need to go put some respect on your own city name.
I think you took that personal, that man down.
I took it personal a little bit because look, I'm from Flint, Michigan, right? Mm-hmm. And these same people that see Flint, Michigan ran down, and there's only 2-3 houses on the block that people actually live in, and the rest of them is bandos. These to be the same people be like, well, everything is so messed up. Put some respect. Look, they defend Flint, Michigan till their last breathing breath, and would tell me, oh man, this messed up out here. There's no jobs out here. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to do out here. I'm like, man, I don't want to hear none of that BS. It's basically like it's a talking point. That's BS.
Yeah, but it's a lot of money in Chicago. Chicago reminds me a lot of DC. Chicago has a lot. When I say a lot of money in that city, it's just a lot of that doesn't really go towards the people that live in those poorer communities. But like I say, I want to say Chicago's like one of the biggest financial districts.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Amber. Amber with the $10 super chat says Chicago was listed as the second best city in the world. Be mindful of the propaganda you are digesting, fam. Yeah, there's a lot of money in Chicago.
I'm gonna actually have to correct her because I read that article today.
Well, give me a second before you correct. I have another super chat. Give me a second, okay?
Okay.
Lil L Willie with the $2 super chat says, "Bro, stop talking." I don't know who he is referring to.
Probably
who?
Probably me.
Okay, all right.
That was a joke.
So if you're referring to that man, I don't want to say it. Never mind. Go ahead, guys.
But no, I read an article today. Chicago was actually rated the number one city. Well, she said the world, so that might be correct. Number one city in the United States. So that even speaks to a bigger issue that we're talking about, and I don't even want to make it just party related. Okay. But if they have a burgeoning economy, a budding economy, and you look at the underclass, and you that can't define the city. The underclass can't define the city. Yes, there is crime, but you have to understand the way the classism works in these
Guys,
areas.
yeah, no offense, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. I really don't want to get off topic to go into race or black
Right.
stuff. I really want to stick to like Hunter
Let's do it.
Biden thing. But you can finish your last
I've
point.
been in Chicago, but all right. That's all I gotta say. I've been here.
I'm done. We can get back on Hunter Biden,
Yeah,
but
we get back on Hunter Biden.
Yeah.
yeah, go ahead. Go on.
For me to get to ultimately, because what you're saying is correct as far as the corruption that's on both sides. I think the only solution to the actual corruption, to me, and I've always said this about DC, the federal buildings within DC, that whole federal part of DC, those buildings need to be dispersed to other states.
Yeah.
The Secretary of State should be in Michigan somewhere. The Chamber of Commerce should be in Utah. The state building should be somewhere in Maine. Like, bust up all of those buildings so that they could be in different places, so that these people can't collude and get together as easily and be corrupt. Okay. Because it's easy to be corrupt in DC because everything is so centralized.
That would have been a great strategy in the 1900s, but as easily as we are on here talking to each other virtually, is as easily as they could collude with each other.
But it could be tracked better.
That's right.
It could be tracked better.
I'm glad you said that. Trigger Mike, I didn't ask you this question. I totally forgot. Why is everybody blaming the Russians for everything? It seems like that's the go-to. Go ahead, Trigger Mike.
I mean, for one, I guess it's a good tactic to use if you're in a jam. But considering the history with Russia, I'll put it to you this way.
Go ahead, sir.
It's an unfortunate truth that a lot of things are Russia's fault. So you look at the number one economic power, you got China. You look at the number one military power, you have US. Then Russia, who used to be the USSR, was dominant in all of these areas and could have overtaken us in population and all of that, but it got split up. And you see them trying to get that territory back. So they are extremely notorious. And I'm prior military. I've sat in on a lot of intelligence briefs. So I've heard a lot of things. They want their spot back. So there's nothing they won't do. No one they won't collude with. No person they won't poison to get that spot back. Ooh. So infiltrating America and foreign agents and creating deals with, prominent American people so they can hack our systems and get money from America tied into Russian politics, into Russian business and their economy. It all works for their ultimate agenda of reestablishing the USSR, which nobody can deny now since they invaded Ukraine.
So you are basically saying that there's a possibility that, hey, Hunter Biden may not be a crack out dope fiend that we think he is, but maybe Russia really did hack his computer and do those things.
No, he allowed it.
No, Trigger. I want Trigger Mike to answer this. Trigger Mike, go ahead.
So this is a percentage thing. This is the game I'm gonna play because I'll never say it's not a possibility. In Hunter Biden's case, given his history, probably not.
Okay, go ahead. Yep.
He allowed it. I believe that they do business with Ukraine and Russia, and I believe he allowed that to happen because of the business dealings. That's what happens when you mix business and politics. You owe us a favor.
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't buy, and I don't buy that whole these politicians have good intentions and it just so happens that things go wrong. No, you have a track record. Joe Biden has a track record. All these politicians have track records. So if your track record tells me that everything that you do ends up being shit, I don't want to hear about, ends up being poo-poo. I don't want to hear about good intentions. Because how many times does what your track record show tells me that, it's not intentional? I believe that all politicians are very intentional about what it is that they want and the outcomes that they want to happen. I don't believe that there are good intentions that just so happen to conveniently turn bad.
And I was listening maybe hour and a half ago, and I heard someone say it. They were going over, maybe was it the exact statute or bill, where trying to see if the government official was breaking the law by
No,
what
that
they've
was
done.
a report that I read. I can bring it back up if you want me to, but go ahead, though. Go ahead.
No, but still, I was just saying these government officials and their children, whom they use as proxies. That's the easiest proxy you could use, is your child, because I can tell you, I'm not a lawyer. Okay, let me put that out there. But it's extremely hard to convict a parent using their child as a proxy, because there's also no one you wouldn't put in a great position. And every politician has an example of another politician doing the exact same thing. That's why they all do it. Donald Trump and all of his children, and the way they were placed, they have multiple buildings in Russia. So if anybody wants to talk about Russia, but you see what I'm saying, you start there. He has the most of anybody that ever lived, any government official that ever lived, actual money ties in that country. So,
but he actually challenged Putin. I don't see Joe Biden.
What do you mean challenge Putin? He would never
challenge
challenge Putin. No, so here's the thing. I get what people are saying, but Donald Trump, to me, because I told you I'm a common sense conservative. I'm not anti-Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the biggest opportunist that ever lives. He's not a Republican. He's not a hidden Democrat. He's an opportunist. Whatever's good for him in business. This dude was surprised when he won the presidency, okay? He was sitting there like, oh, damn. I didn't think it was going to go down.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of thought that too.
He was surprised.
Wait a minute, I'm really the president now. Yeah.
All right. So, and the reason why I was, as a conservative, I'm like, you got to get this guy up out of here, is because at some point in your presidency, you have to stand on principle. That guy got no principles at all. He will sell out America for his own financial gain.
Does Joe Biden have principles?
So here's the funny thing about it. I'm not even talking about stand on principle in the sense of having principles. I'm talking about the symbolism of the principle. Joe Biden plays heartstring politics better than any other politician that ever lived. That's how he danced over Donald Trump with the most votes any president ever got in history. Look, because when he started being president, you hate his tail. Everybody hates him now. But how did you let him tug on your heartstrings like that? It's because he knows how to play that political game. Best anybody alive,
but
right?
But that race was closer than what. So listen, Joe Biden and that whole camp was claiming a blue wave victory, and it literally went down to the wire. Like
the blue wave traditionally is like a Rust Belt thing, but he created a new blue wave. Because like I said, I'm on the other side, so I'm looking at it like, this dude won Georgia and Arizona. That was not supposed to happen. So in a sense, he did do a blue wave. Electorally, he made it impossible for his opponent to win. So it wasn't even close.
But they almost lost traditionally blue states. How do you almost lose Pennsylvania?
That's fine.
Pennsylvania might go.
You got to be fair, because Trump won Pennsylvania. So he flipped the state. He didn't.
Exactly.
Can't say how they almost come down. He flipped it. So
exactly, he's flipping traditionally blue states.
No, it wasn't traditionally blue anymore. Trump won it the election before. It was now a red state.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't believe they have any leg to stand on if traditionally blue states are flipping red. Virginia almost flipped red.
Well, I'm from Virginia, actually. So
they almost flip red. Usually,
I'm from VA. All right, so VA was a red state.
Blue state, right?
Virginia is traditionally a red state. Obama flipped
it for all my life.
Yeah, I was going to say no. Obama flipped it.
Well, adult life.
Yeah. I was going to say Obama flipped it, but it's liable to go either way.
I think they're voting red. They got Youngkin down there now, who wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the politician. He got in the governor position. I think Virginia's going red. A lot of these states that voted blue they're flipping red. I think Georgia might go back red.
It's interesting, man, because you're gonna actually see, if we're talking politics for real, you're gonna see something different. So right now, of course, it's not anywhere in Joe Biden's favor, but between now and election day is what we call a political lifetime. Anything can happen within this 4 months until election day, give or take. So Texas might turn blue. So while we're talking about and all, Texas might turn blue.
You got to be a bad dude to turn Texas blue.
You're not realizing what state is the most moved in state in the United States?
It is
Texas. And where are people moving from? New York, California, Chicago. The Democrats are moving here. So it's not even about what we think is going to happen. It's purely about population and people's traditional ideological beliefs. So you have to watch that wave as well. That's why I'm really looking at it now as a conservative. Like, the Democrats aren't panicking. They know something we don't know.
I mean, and here's the thing. They also bank on that Latino vote really hard. But when you look at the numbers, Latinos don't vote traditionally Democrat the way that we vote. A lot of that Latino vote is a lot of
conservatives.
Yeah, a lot of that Latino vote splits. So every year they pander to the Latino vote, and that vote never works in their favor the whole way. They might get it in certain states, but a lot of that Latino vote is evenly distributed. They vote both red and blue. Okay. But I don't know why they always bank on Latinos to vote the way we vote.
Oh no, it's well, really, they have their own unique problems or unique current events. So stance on immigration is big for them, right? It can polarize. But
not all of them agree with immigration.
No, the conservatives definitely. In fact, people talk about the black discord in the black community. I need people to take a look at it in the Hispanic community. It's really they will say forget their own people and
exactly
they're in closer proximity to them than we are to
Africa. The Democrats think that immigration is like this big halo. No, it's a lot of them Latino communities that do not want immigration to happen at all.
And the reason why they don't, because because they have seen personally, talking to their own people, what's going on at the border when it comes to this, the trafficking and all the drugs coming through, and they've seen things going down at the border, so they understand why people like Donald Trump was so against it.
Let me get this thought out before I forget. It's about Hunter Biden. So here's the interesting thing about his situation and all of this coming out. It doesn't matter. They polled for Hunter Biden and how much it mattered to people swinging their vote during the election. It mattered nothing. They really went in and spent a lot of advertising dollars trying to degrade his character, and it didn't work. But here's why. I told you Joe Biden is a heartstring player. He knows how to pull on people's heartstrings. And the one thing that I believe I kept hearing in people's explanation of him is that he had real American circumstances. He had a wife that died, right, when he had two young children, two young boys, Bo, who also died, and Hunter. His son battled with addiction, which he openly talks about. All right, so it's like this, it's his entire political lifetime. He almost set the table for you to know his son was going to slip, fall at any moment.
He had a daughter who was killed too, right?
He also had a daughter, absolutely, a baby while she was a baby.
Maybe while she was a baby, yeah.
Yeah, so he has been setting this table up for anything to go wrong in his family, because a majority of people are going to do is feel sorry for him because he already told you what his family was like. So this is why I say this stuff isn't really going to hurt anyone. It's not going to hurt Joe Biden's image. It's not going to hurt Hunter Biden at all. They're still trying to use it as a morality power play, but it didn't work during the election. I doubt it's going to work now. People's biggest concern right now is inflation. Okay, gas prices. No one gives two craps about Hunter Biden. Like, I really had to jump on here to say that because that was my big thing. Like, I don't care. It's par for the course. on to the next.
I agree.
Saz, what do you think about Hunter Biden and this laptop fiasco, sir?
I mean, it's new information. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear.
Okay. I feel like it's new information now, but like I was saying earlier, you really got to listen to Rudy Giuliani. I'm from New York, so when Rudy Giuliani has been a legendary prosecutor for a long time, in New York, he changed the whole scale of what New York was, and then it got safe for a little bit. It got safe for a good period of time. It was real safe, and what it is now. The case that Rudy Giuliani builds on Joe Biden, his brothers, his son, his daughter, the diary, Hunter Biden's laptop, his brother's dealings as far as other countries, it really shows a lot, right? But this is the big thing. I think this is the main thing, right? The issue with everything is, how come there was never an so far there has not been any investigation into any of the claims that's brought up with Joe Biden.
So I think, please, anybody correct me if I'm wrong. This is the part this is the reason I stopped listening to that whole thing. A Republican attorney general wouldn't prosecute it. So at the time they were bringing the Hunter Biden accusations and all of that, they wouldn't prosecute Hunter Biden on those claims under Trump. When they had they had the manpower to do an insurrection. Okay, they were going to do whatever they needed to do. That means that even a conservative-minded judge could not take the so-called evidence and find it justifiable for an investigation and ultimately an indictment. So in a republic, you got to think about that. In a Republican-controlled White House, for your political opponent, that was going to score you points. You do whatever needs to be done. What was his name? Bill Barr or William Barr?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Right? Let me ask you this. So you telling me Donald Trump has been investigated 3 times, right?
Facts.
3 times with 0 convictions, with all kind of nonsense narrative, Russian collusion, all these things came to an investigation, but you can't investigate, which Hunter Biden is currently under investigation now by the Department of Justice. So all of that, you can't bring not even nothing as far as Joe Biden. You can't bring none of that. So I think that's part of the reason why January 6th even happened, because a lot of people felt that there was reasonably, because I feel the same way. I feel like reasonably enough that the last election should have been investigated.
Okay.
I think there's enough evidence to say, okay, we can at least look into this on a public scale. Like, what's going on? How come they having all these secretive, not these secretive, and how come they got the January 6th commission and they're investigating not the collusion, but they're investigating the thing that happened at the Capitol. But none of this can happen on the side of the Republicans. Nobody can bring that to court. We can't bring Joe. You can't bring Joe Biden to court. We can't bring Hunter Biden's laptop to court. None of that.
So you got to understand that what you're talking about is the symbolism of it, right? But these things don't really work in that way, right? So it's like it needs to be evidence. These are the heavy hitters.
There is evidence.
Supreme Court. So what I'm saying, evidence enough to warrant an investigation.
There is evidence enough.
There wasn't a lot of evidence to impeach him.
So, Saz, what is the evidence? What is the evidence actually?
Well, currently, right now, Hunter Biden is under investigation by the FBI. So I guess that's enough evidence, right?
Well,
that's a fact.
Well, okay, so he's under investigation.
He's under by the Department of Justice.
Right. So, what do you think he should be brought up on charges for? Brought up on charges with?
Well, I guess the Department of Justice is investigating the laptop, right? But the laptop came out years ago. It
He
came
did.
out before Joe Biden was already elected president.
Yeah.
Right? So why are they having this investigation now and they couldn't have it back then?
Well, we all know why. I mean, because his father was,
So
right.
so
But
are
but
you
the thing is
Mhm.
that would it be for money laundering? Would it be for tax evasion? What would it be for essentially?
Well, I
Treason.
think if the allegations by Rudy Giuliani that he is saying that it's actually a coercion of a lot of things.
treason.
Hunter Biden. I mean, I'm not going to go as far as say
all
treason,
right,
but
fellas?
I'm going to say that there is a crime there, right? Because
Yeah.
I watched Giuliani's he laid it down flat. He's saying that the laptop was there because he had it before. Remember, they raided Giuliani got raided and everything, right? His allegations is that there is a crime there that Joe Biden is a part of, whether it's money laundering, right?
You mean
Or
Hunter Biden, right?
no, Joe Biden and Hunter Biden.
Okay.
Money laundering, quid pro quo, or other things that's actual evidence, and they have it. They have evidence of a lot of things. Physically, you seen Hunter Biden in possession of
All
the
right,
crack,
I got to jump in.
right? Okay, go ahead.
I got to jump in on 2 points because you're basing this
Mhm.
off of the word of a now disgraced and temporarily disbarred attorney. The person that you are standing on right now, on his word, was the great former mayor, Rudy
Okay.
Giuliani. Everything you said he did for New York, 100%. He
Okay.
did it. That's what he's known for. He is now disgraced and under temporary suspension of
Why?
his law license. I
Why?
don't think you can base this is non-political. States are the ones who
Okay.
are responsible. The state bar, association and committees are the ones in charge of that. He's
So
making
what is
these statements in a political nature, helping to incite things such as January 6th and all of that. And like I said, I'm a conservative. I have no reason to be against him, except he's not using common sense principles in which he went to school for. And he's not practicing law the way he should be doing it, recommending indictments and all of that. He's extremely politically advantageous at this point.
in your opinion?
No,
So what has he been convicted of?
these are facts.
What did he get this? All right, it's a fact. So what did he get disbarred for?
I mean, there are tons of things he's done, but
Like what?
it's fake news. That's really what he did the most. It's fake news, filing fake documents for Donald Trump, making
Like
false
what?
allegations against opponents, all of that.
Wait, so you're saying
Wait.
been guilty? I'm asking you a
No.
question.
I'm saying that I'm saying that that's not an indictment or a conviction against him. He has been brought up on review for the things he's done.
So there's no indictment, there's no conviction.
No, he's not been indicted on anything. I'm talking about.
So he hasn't even been indicted?
No, you're basing. You said his law principle. You said Rudy Giuliani said this, so we need to. The Justice Department needs to investigate it. He is now a disgraced attorney under the threat of disbarment. No one needs to take any of his legal jargon seriously. Anything he wants to say legally, no one has to listen to it.
Why?
At this point, it's all politically charged. That's really the point.
So you saying that he shouldn't be listened to because of politics or because he's been convicted?
No, his own actions. His own actions. The things he's done.
So what is his actions that he's done to not been listened to or to be disbarred?
I mean,
That's
the
my
worst
question.
thing he's done was get on and try to talk with that sweat coming out of his wig. That was the worst thing he did. But as far as legal things, he was playing as a proxy to, I believe, oligarchs, running them messages. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. I believe he was the proxy to give the message to President Zelensky. I believe he was the person who was running interference in that sense. So yeah,
What
he's
you
done
mean?
plenty of things.
All right, let me say this.
Hunter Biden.
Let me say let me just say this. Rudy Giuliani had the laptop first. He had it before everybody, before Joe Biden came into election, right? And if what you're saying, I don't know if what you're saying, we shouldn't listen to him. And you kind of sound like the people back then. He brought it to the FBI and said, listen, he said, with his allegations, he said, this is the proof that I have to back my allegations against Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, and and the whole, Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Obama, right? Yep. Here's the proof, the laptop, right? He gave it to the FBI. FBI did nothing with it. And it's been sitting there for a long time. Now, for him at that time, they had it. Once Joe Biden came into the power and he gained control of the Department of Justice, he used the Department of Justice, allegedly, right, as a weapon against Rudy Giuliani. That's when Rudy Giuliani got raided. A few other people got locked up, right, and put in jail. But the evidence was always there.
So
the thing with January 6th,
Mike. White people can come on the panel. Yes.
The thing with January 6th specifically is, with all of this evidence, even the evidence that the FBI and the Department of Justice had before Joe Biden came in, there hasn't been one investigation. Earlier, you said, I was listening to, I'm not talking about symbolism, I'm talking about facts and evidence. Earlier, you said that, there's no principle or Donald Trump is not spending on principle. My opinion of the whole fact of the matter is, what about the evidence? Regardless of what you might feel about Hunter Biden or what's going on with this guy, what about the evidence of the inflation? The high gas prices.
Whoa, what do you mean?
As far as Joe Biden getting reelected.
So right? you talking about evidence? Like,
yeah.
What is that evidence of? Exactly.
What you mean? What is evidence? The laptop?
No. So let's go back to the laptop thing, okay? Mm-hmm. So you keep talking about the laptop as if we know what's actually on it. That's the issue. So wait, because like I said, that's the issue of we don't know what's on that. So what I can say is we can make assumptions that he is likely going to be reviewed for financial crimes and or treason.
All right? We know what's on the laptop. Exactly. We've seen it. You didn't see what's on the laptop? I saw
That's what I'm saying. Is anything that you've seen enough to be reconciled together with anything he's done in the Ukraine to bring him up on charges or an indictment?
I think he should go to court. I think he should have his day in court. I seen enough to be like, hold up, this needs to be investigated. Rudy Giuliani is bringing the case. I would like to see it play out in court. That's all I'm saying. He should have his day in court.
Gentlemen, if I may, real quick.
Yeah, I was about to say I want to hear Angry Snowman.
Mm-hmm. Salute, Angry Snowman. Go ahead.
How's it going? I would like to point out just one thing. I mean, I think we can all agree on this. When Trump was going through the impeachment for the quid pro quo deal with Ukraine, there had been multiple, I'm talking all across the board news outlets that had actually played the clip of Joe Biden himself.
Damn.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. Saying
admitting Ukraine that they were going to get rid of whatever prosecutor they had investigating Burisma. Right. Okay. So at the very least, we should all be able to agree that because he actually did commit a quid pro quo, by definition, he should have never been able to run for president to begin with. That should have been ex-nayed right there on the spot. He should have been kicked out. Now, the one thing I want everybody to sit and think about right now, while we're sitting here debating whether or not Joe Biden should be impeached or not, just remember, if he does get impeached, we are stuck with Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi running this country. Is that what you want?
I like this. That's why I wanted to hear what he had to say.
I mean,
hey man,
listen. This is my thing.
Right.
If we are stuck with Nancy Pelosi and Kamala Harris as president or as president and speaker for the House, right?
No, it'd be president and vice president because Speaker of the House becomes vice president.
The House moves up.
Yeah, got it. President and vice president, right? At least we'll have a conviction on our side.
If we're going to convict the president that we have right now, I think it would be in America's best interest to wait until his term is over and not reelected. Even if by some freak chance he gets reelected, I still think it's in the best interest of the country. As an idiot, she doesn't even know how to tie her own shoes, let alone run a country. All right, and Nancy Pelosi is a money grubbing authoritarian. You don't want either of those two running this country.
But you know, I don't know if I can't say 100%. I can't say it's 100% that he won't get reelected.
No, so what he's saying. So let me put it. I'm a part of the 2A community. Let me say that. So that is a part of what we say when we talk about this particular thing about Joe Biden. It's like, look, Joe Biden is Joe Biden. Let him do what he does. Look at the other two people that will take his place. Because we're talking about re-election. I'm talking about if he dies. He look like he can go any day now, okay? So this is a particular thing you also need to talk about when you're, putting Hunter Biden on the stand and all that. It's not that, because look who you're stuck with if everything you're saying comes to fruition. If you indict the president, if you do all this stuff, you're going to have to wait to do that because we got bigger issues to fry. My guns are now at threat. I'm going to have to go lose them in a boating accident if Kamala Harris becomes president.
I have already lost all my guns in a boating accident, bro.
My man.
Boating accident and a hunting accident.
Okay, so.
But, Trigger Mike, the one thing that I'd also like to point out to everybody that's on the panel and that is in the chat right now, we also got to realize that even with all this talks of the president does have a little bit of sway, which he shouldn't have, but it's all been done through Congress making congressional acts to give president more power than what he should have. The president's power is really virtually limited. He's pretty much nothing more than the grand marshal of the parade for America. Yeah. He has the right to go out, wave and smile, and he gets to decide whether or not he wants to pass or veto legislation. Other than that, all of the policies that get passed in this country, all of them, all the power that is in this country belongs to Congress. That's why do you think you have congressional seats that have been filled by the same people for the last 30, 40, 50 years? Because they understand that that's where the power lies.
Redistricting doesn't matter to the president in his seat. That's why that's what's done behind the scenes. So somebody said it early.
Well, that's why for the last decade now, that there's been a lot of states that have been trying to push for a convention of states hearing. That way we can actually amend the Constitution and give term limits to senators and the House of Representatives.
I agree with term limits. I agree that senators and representatives should have term limits. And I think that all of the government buildings in D.C. need to be in different states.
Well, I disagree with that because I understand the purpose on why they put them in D.C. If you look at D.C., D.C. sits on a state line. It sits between Maryland, I believe Maryland, Virginia, and another state. All right, and they did that. They did that for a reason. That way, no state could sit and say that they actually were the seat of the nation's capital. That way, the nation's capital was something separate from the nation itself.
Well, I mean, that's why you have the corruption you have, because there's a group of whoever that gets to spend all day colluding with a lot of these.
You're going to have that regardless. But
look,
the federal government, for one, the federal government has way too much power than what they should. Their only job should be foreign policy. That's it. Mm-hmm. Foreign policy, protect the borders. That's it. We've allowed the federal government to come into to basically get enough power to where they are dictating what states do, and they use federal funding as the way of using a stranglehold over states to take their sovereignty away from them.
Exactly. Now, that's why you have big corporations that move near the government. That's why you have an Amazon where Jeff Bezos literally moved his whole residency to DC, and he owns the Washington Post. So he controls the information, and he controls what goes on in the Senate and the representatives.
I mean, free market society.
That close to
the same thing if you want.
But hey, gentlemen, I just wanted to jump up real quick and give my quick opinion on what you guys were discussing. I got to finish making dinner. If you guys are still talking when I'm done eating, man, I might hop back up.
Thanks, Angry Snowman. Thank you so much.
Yep, take it easy.
Thank you.
Guys, I want to say this real quick. There was another gentleman in the channel or the chat that asked, "Can white people cam up?" Obviously, you just saw Angry Snowman. So if you're white, you can cam up. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't understand why somebody would even ask something like that.
And
particularly, it's White History Month, so I don't.
And to bring it back to Hunter Biden, my thing is Hunter Biden got paid $50,000 a year, a month from a Ukrainian gas company.
Yeah, but
that should be evidence alone that there's
it's not. So look. That's the part that you can't do. You can't do it. I'm not saying it's not criminal. You can't prove that it is. That's the crossroads we're at right now. Do you want to know what Ivanka Trump made from her Russian deals?
What's that?
Do you want to know what Donald Trump Jr. made from his Russian deals and his Ukrainian deals?
What Russian deals, though?
Wait. This is what I'm saying. And it's because of proximity. Do you want to know what I mean, dog? Let me give you the backstory of what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
I looked at the people that work for Obama. Okay, just in his White House alone, and the officials that work for them, how they are anchors on CNN. They have fellowships over here, over there. At some point, you're going to realize this nepotism is no joke. It's how the government is run and higher society is run. It's the children and confidants of all the upper class people in society. They have the channel so neatly organized and worked out that you're never going to find some wrongdoing, because what they do is skirt the law. They don't necessarily have to break it. They know all the loopholes. They know all the protections. They know how to launder the money so it doesn't come back. They know how to keep it in holding in Panama for 10 years.
They got those slush funds.
It looks like they're doing wrong, or it's immoral. Immoral is not illegal. That's what I'm saying. They could have paid him $1 million a month. It doesn't matter.
All I'm saying is
it matters. That matters.
It matters. No wonder.
No.
It's no wonder that Ukraine is getting all of this American aid when your crackhead son gets paid $50,000 a month since you've been in the vice presidency seat.
That's
it's
not
no
why they
wonder why I could point a 1-to-1.
Why are they getting paid?
Your crackhead son getting $50,000 a month as the vice president to now this country getting American aid and us being
those two things are not related at all.
Wait, we can have all these conspiracy theories of what and what.
That's not conspiracy.
No, I'm not saying what you're saying is conspiracy. I'm just saying we can have theories about it.
That's facts.
No, I'm not saying
what
you're saying is not a fact.
So he's getting paid by Ukraine.
I'm sorry. Everything he said was a fact.
He has a vested interest.
Listen. I'm just saying that it should be an investigation in public about it.
I agree with that.
I think he should have an open day of court that we could all sit back and watch, like how Donald Trump was.
This is what I agree with that.
That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that.
This is what I meant earlier. This is what I meant by saying symbolic. I was like, what you're saying is everything Hunter Biden seems to be getting away with is unfair because of what's been done to other officials. Somebody needs to prove it. And the reason why I'm not putting my money on it is because his dad is the president. And I know how nepetism works. I'm not saying it's right. I'm saying they need to be caught first. Nobody should look.
He's been caught. We have the evidence.
Let me make this point. We should know better than anyone in the black community that you do not rush to indict. That's how we lost Trayvon Martin.
No. I disagree with that.
Do not rush to indict without the proper evidence.
Your case will
fall apart.
We have the evidence.
We have the evidence. There's enough.
Your crackhead son gets paid by Ukraine. We have now an issue with Ukraine.
Fall apart in court.
They can't prove it's criminal. That's what I mean.
You can't prove it's criminal. You can't say that. You can't say that they can't prove it's criminal. Can you prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they can't prove that what he's doing is criminal?
He's not indicted, so it doesn't matter. He's not under the threat of indictment.
Man, you are
That's the corruption. That's
exactly. So let's talk about it like that. But I'm saying, if they had the smoking gun, so to speak, I've been waiting on the smoking gun on Hunter Biden for 5 years because as much stuff as they say they have about him. Anyone. It's international. So the CIA could have got him. FBI could have got him. Interpol could have got him. Any kind of international organization could have got him for corruption or on charges in Ukraine. Here, nobody wants to indict him. So I'm like, nobody really, to my knowledge, has a smoking gun on
Hey,
him.
Trigger man.
Yeah.
So, have you ever thought about this? That the people that, a lot of these people who went against him didn't go against him, like the FBI and certain people in CIA, just like they had are not going against him because they are part of the liberal industrial complex, just like the corporation.
When did this investigation start?
When
did the investigation start?
I'm finished. This is what authoritarian governments do.
Yeah.
You got to think about this. Understand that you talking about people not going against them. These people that are not going against them probably have invested interests.
Facts.
Now, you know how y'all on the conversation earlier, right?
You talk about the
y'all talking about not deep state. Well, if they get rid of Joe Biden, right? If they get rid of Joe Biden and they cast him on, and y'all said the next president will be somebody like Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, right? Have y'all ever thought, because this man had literally like footnotes and things like that, to even go into the room to sit down, this dementia patient had to go to sit down and have basic instructions just to do everything that you do walking into a meeting or something like that. Or reading teleprompters to the point where he was repeating on the teleprompter that he had to repeat something. Y'all not understanding. This man he is a puppet. So even if we put Kamala Harris or we put Nancy Pelosi into office, it will be the same thing. It will be the same thing that this man is saying out his mouth. He's spouting all the same information that everybody else in his party is spouting. They all on code. They are all in the hive mind.
I understand that.
What they think.
I would understand why people in the same administration will all be on code and in a state of a hive mind. What I'm saying is the investigation into Hunter Biden essentially started. The timeline started when his father announced for his presidency in 2018. So that particular timeline, everything you could have gotten from him in the deep state belonged to Donald Trump. So I told you I'm a common sense conservative. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a liberal. I'm looking at Hunter Biden saying, if you can't find a smoking gun on him inside of a Republican Trump-run administration, all of this is just smoke. It's just smoke.
Can I say something?
Yeah. The thing about it is, let me respond. The thing about this is we know the whole system it leans liberal. So
yeah,
if we're talking about they not being able to find a smoking gun, right? These people like Donald Trump or most Republicans and people of that nature been going against the machine. They are the machine. So we're being warring against the machine, the authoritarian regime, and we've been going against the machine. But when we put the information out there, the social media companies, all these people, they're down conservative thought, and we all know this. Just based off the conversation we even able to have here, or the words and things that we're able to say. They're toning down our voices and then
censoring,
bolstering their voices. So we're telling the truth, but just like I forget his name, but it was KBB officer. He was talking about ideological subversion. These people are subverted. So even when you put the truth in front of a lot of these people's face, you can put the truth in their face, and they will sit there in your face. You could tell them, oh, well, they're going to put you in prison, but they will not believe that they're going to be in prison until you shut the door behind them. Oh, my bad. My bad.
As is a good customer. Fine.
Okay. Until you shut the door behind them and put them inside the cage and tell them, you're in, and they wouldn't even, they probably wouldn't even realize if they were inside a concentration camp if they seen one and they were inside of one because they would name it some fancy name. Come to my help whatever my help center. We're helping we come out here to help Black, indigenous, and
that's a fact.
Indigenous and minorities, LGBTQ. And then they will put these people in these concentration camps, and they wouldn't even know that they're in the concentration camp getting indoctrinated.
That's what's going on now, though. That's what's going on now.
I know. This is what's going on in China right. This is what's going on in China right now. Now, the thing about it, we know. At least I have a good idea of the truth when it comes to these matters. If we know that these people are silencing us, and we silencing us, and we are telling the truth, then we should understand that even when we're telling the truth point blank in people's face, and it's not getting heard, it's not getting heard by the departments of justice and things of that nature. You're the reason for it.
Yeah. And these Department of DOJ, CIA, they're political. We can't just act like now that they're not politically leaning to one side. The whole Hunter Biden situation is not just about Hunter Biden being corrupt. It's just a part of the whole picture, the whole point of view that, listen, we're in the matrix. These people are lying to you. Yeah. Everything that they say that they want to do better for you, they're obviously doing the opposite. And that's really all it's really about. It's not necessarily about a conviction of Hunter Biden. It's a conviction of the whole party. You know what I mean? Because I don't think it's necessarily just nepotism. Because, like I said, Donald Trump wasn't a politician. He's been under investigation numerous times. Millions of dollars by Democrats. He's been under investigation, right? Yeah. So if he is really bad or horrible for us as the ruler, the class that he's ruling as in government, it will be obvious. But these people haven't even been these people haven't even had their day in court.
Exactly. And I do you one better. Joe Biden's been dealing with the Ukrainian government since 2014 in that election. So my thing is this: if you're going to use your political platform, which is vice presidency, to support opposing politicians in Ukraine, you're going to have your son work for an energy company where he gets paid $50,000 smoking crack and all from the Ukrainian government and that energy company. Why then am I wrong to say that is a means for us to say that there is some corruption going on due to the fact that your track record shows that you've done things and made deals with the Ukrainian government? There's the money's exchange.
This is the most interesting part to me.
It's all about
your son has a job there.
Okay, so this is the part that I don't get.
Let me just say this. This is what it's all about. That foreign governments can buy American politicians.
Boom.
That's all what they trying to prove.
Boom.
We can be brought.
And the thing about it too,
well, anybody can be bought. I thought that was the point.
That's everybody can. You see, that's the whole point.
Everybody has
Donald
a price.
Trump was not bought and sold.
Yeah, we got common sense.
He wasn't.
Common sense says.
By who? And you have to. If you say he was bought and sold, how can 3 investigations prove. You had 3 investigations to prove that. Because I would have been with you. Okay, he's born
No.
You had 3 investigations.
I get what you're saying in a legal sense.
Mm-hmm.
I get what you're saying in a legal sense.
We just dealing with legality.
Here's my piece.
We got the proof of
how many on the panel?
Not an opinion. Not an opinion. We dealing with facts.
Okay. How many of y'all got kids on the panel? I got a son.
Okay.
All right. And the reason why I said these things are it's just null and void to me. I'm numb and I don't particularly find them interesting, like the Hunter Biden situation, because you're talking about the $50,000 he was paid to be a board member. And, you said it's not about nepotism, but if you look in politics, even the people you don't know their names, I'm talking about people that used to work for Obama, Van Jones, Valerie Jarrett, all these prominent names. Look at what their kids are doing. And you will find that this is just the way American politics works. There are other kids on board. You see what I'm saying? It's just that their father wasn't running for president at the time.
So
all of this stuff that you're saying is politically advantageous to one side to say
Not
there was
really.
wrongdoing, but
it is
normal.
How do you get
If I was president, if I was governor of Texas, I live in Texas now. If I was governor of Texas, so I'm sorry, this is actually my actual point. So are you saying that if I was governor of Texas and my son was economics major and Hawaii, I'm sorry, not Hawaii, give me Guam, something that's not in America, offered him a board member seat because of his proximity and knowledge that he got from me? Knowledge, because we have such a budding energy sector and solar or something. So they wanted him because of his proximity and his knowledge. He's wrong for taking that job? That's what you're saying?
Can I respond?
Yes, because you have a vested interest in sending taxpayer money over to Ukraine. You've been doing it since 2014. Why are you so invested in this country to the point where you're sending your crackhead son
to a company? I can answer that.
He's not. Wait, can I respond?
Go ahead.
I don't think.
It's no wonder we're now sending them billions of dollars.
That's not connected.
He's not wrong for taking a job. He's not wrong for taking a job, right?
It's a conflict of interest.
That's not the allegations, right?
Okay.
The allegation is that the reason why you gave him, I sent my son over to you, and you decided to hire my son, is for me to do something politically in your benefit.
You can't. So I'm glad you said that.
That's the allegations.
We cannot prove any of it.
We can't prove it. That's what I'm saying. There's evidence of it.
None of it. And here's why. So gilded.
So the foreign aid. So the money's exchanged between the U.S. and Ukraine.
Yeah, I know
there's no proof in that.
So there's no proof. Here's why.
How?
Well, I'm sorry, Quan. Let me amend my statement.
Okay.
We can't prove it. Here's why. This is where the political genius comes in. All right. Okay. Everything you stated about Ukraine and why we send money to them is inaccurate. And let me tell you why. As somebody who's prior military, all right. You do things like this that are like two-sided, like you win both ways. Every single cent. In my opinion, we haven't sent enough money to Ukraine. Remember what I said about Russia earlier? You cannot allow them to reestablish the USSR. The more countries they take over, the more people they have to eventually fight the US. This is the strategy that's been going on since people have been fighting wars since the beginning of time. There is China, there is Russia. You broke all of them up by this in the Cold War. All right, we did that. Now they're trying to reestablish everything they lost. If you look at the way we spend our money militarily, I know we don't talk about this enough, especially in our community. It is advantageous for us to send more money to them. If Putin gets what he wants, so this is what Putin did when he invaded Ukraine.
Wait, you're deflecting. No.
I want to hear this, guys. I want to hear this. Go ahead.
No, so when he invaded Ukraine, it was on the heels of of Ukraine trying to join NATO, which means they would have American protection.
Right.
So then he invaded them, was like, you're not going to acquire this country and all its resources and all of its people, because then I cannot reestablish the USSR. All right. So that is the connection with us sending money to Ukraine. It is in our best interest as American people, because we ain't going to be talking this crap when we get bombed. We ain't going to be talking that.
Wait, why would we want to do? Why would wait? All right, let me just say this. Why would we want to send? All right, wait. That wasn't even my point. Let me just say this, right? My point is this, right? If that's policy, completely fine. I understand that. Yeah, give and take situations. That's policy, right? But there's another thing when you're doing it under the table, and that's the allegations, right? The allegations is that you're doing things. I sent my son to you, right? And you're gonna pay my son, and my son is gonna give me part of his pay under the table, and I'm gonna do things for your country under the table.
So here's the part I disagree with about that. Only because the money that is, you're right. We have seen records, and I have seen some of those records. The money that Joe Biden pulls in, what Hunter Biden makes is completely inconsequential to that. He's not getting, like Joe Biden, I think, has broke fundraising records. Okay, so it's like that 50,000, $1 million here, $1 million there. Joe Biden is a damn near $300 million fundraiser. Like, he doesn't care. That's for his son and his own future.
Now, this is moral. No, this is the proof that is on the laptop. The proof is that he has been taking money under the table for special interests. That's the proof. So, that's the allegations. And I would like to see it. I would like to see.
Sass, let me ask Trigger Mike a question real quick. Trigger Mike, I gotta ask you a question. What interest is it of Putin to bring back the USSR? And let me ask you another question. How would that be possible for him to do that in terms of at scale? Like, how would that be possible to do that?
So he's doing it in the sense of all of the countries that like landmass that he lost. Okay, so if you look at the precursor for it was Ukraine trying to join NATO, and all of the surrounding countries trying to do so. So now you see everyone. That's why some of our troops are over there right now. For those that don't know, you're bolstering all of your NATO allies because they're at risk of getting invaded. Now, you see what I'm saying? So the reestablishment of the USSR is more of a new USSR. They can't get back all of their established territory, so they're doing it this way now. If you'll notice, they aren't necessarily like marketing to their own people that this is even a war. They're telling them that they're fighting for something else. So you know that they have ill intent to begin with. They produce their own oil. They have all of these, military capabilities, Su-57s. They have aircraft to fight us. The real issue is that America keeps butting in those European problems and issues.
But all right, so I guess the question I have is, and you seem to be more of an expert at it than I am. The original USSR, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were not expansionists, meaning that they had. Last time I checked, they didn't have any colonies, whereas at one point the British Empire had colonies all over the planet and other European groups. So I'm trying to figure out what would be the point of the USSR existing. They're not going to try to conquer the United States because the previous government didn't do that.
Well, I mean in terms of landmass.
Okay.
Because Ukrainians are traditionally Russians.
Right.
So some Polish people are traditionally Russians. That's what I mean by it's the landmass and population size and resources of these lands.
So they just want to bring back the USSR just for.
Well, you also got to think, if you look at, Putin is notorious. They call him the chess master. In his time, he has to conquer something. He did it to Crimea. He's shown you through timeline that this is what he wants to do.
So wait, why should we keep on sending U.S. taxpayer dollars to Ukraine?
It is in our best interest as America that Putin does not get any of his agenda accomplished.
Hey, look, I'm gonna say this.
But he wasn't. We sent less money under. Let me
summarize it as simply as I can,
and it wasn't happening.
At what cost?
That's what I'm saying. If you, a country that is not our ally, such as Russia, any chance of them having a bigger military is a threat to the United States of America. But
here's my thing with that argument. Because at what cost? Think about it. We essentially, when I look at what we're doing with Ukraine, I look at it, we did the same thing with Afghanistan. We spent my whole lifetime in Afghanistan,
That's
and
not
we
the same.
accomplished nothing there.
That's not the
We
same.
accomplished nothing.
We
But we
accomplished
spent a lot of money.
We
And
didn't
what
accomplish
eventually
what we told
happened
everybody
was
we were doing,
the
but we
same
accomplished a
people
lot.
that we chased out ended up taking that country back over anyway.
Period.
So
So
why
let
would
me say
we
this.
throw money
There's an
up?
objective that they tell us about, weapons of mass destruction, okay? And then there's an actual objective. All
The
right.
military couldn't even
let me put it
defend
to you this way. Let me
themselves.
put it to you this way. All of these millions of barrels of oil they're releasing every single day, so our gas prices don't go up any higher. Where do you think we got that from? That's all I'm saying.
What do you? Wait. We have Wait, hold up. Barrels of oil. Putin. I mean, not Putin. Joe Biden is selling our reserves off to China, right?
We have the reserves.
No, the reason why the reserves is filled down because of Donald Trump filled it during COVID.
Well, our strategic oil reserve is a supply. We know we produce our own oil in the United States.
We was producing our own oil till Joe Biden came and shut down a pipeline.
Yeah, he slowed it down. He didn't stop it. He slowed it down. He didn't stop it. I mean, let's use facts. The Keystone Pipeline is going to get shut down by every Democratic president. It's going to get turned on by every Republican president. He slowed production. He didn't stop.
What was the purpose of it, though? I mean, common sense.
It's political. It's political. That's why I said let's use
at our own detriment.
No. The indigenous people don't think it's to their detriment.
What?
No, I'm talking about that's why we're doing the pipeline. That's why he shuts it off, because the pipeline runs through indigenous lands, and when it leaks on indigenous land.
It wasn't going to leak. Bottom line, and all those people was going to get money too.
It's already
just like
leaked.
Alaska has their own oil, and the people there get like $2,000.
We are producing oil. I don't know. I don't look. I don't disagree with the Keystone Pipeline being on, but we're talking about strategic oil reserves, right? So we have our own strategic oil reserves releasing 1 million barrels a day. That's a fact.
Here's my thing.
Yeah, to China.
With the foreign,
wait a minute. Stop. Stop. Something came to my mind here. Wait a minute. Last week, Jay or OG, Jay Speed OG, didn't you just say you weren't gonna participate in any of the Tuesday political talks anymore? Am I tripping? Wait a minute. Jay, am I not tripping? You remind me of a person who went to a restaurant, claims to have had bad service, and then you come back the next week for the very same meal that you claim was bad. Am I not, guys? Didn't last week he said he wasn't going to come here again? Go ahead, guys. You got the floor.
So all I'm saying is this: I'm tired. I'm tired of everybody continuing to fear monger. Oh, if we don't protect this foreign country, this is going to. We've been spending foreign aid for a lot of these countries for all of my life, and we've accomplished nothing. Afghanistan was a failure. Al Qaeda runs it now. If the objective was to get them out of power, and they're back in power, that's a failure. So to me, if 20 years in Afghanistan gave you that result, what gives me the faith to know that if we keep pumping money into Ukraine, that the same outcome is not going to happen?
So, Quan, you're saying that you have enough faith that America's military is so strong that we don't have to worry about anybody's military getting bigger to oppose us. The one thing, no matter what we're all talking about, wait. No matter what we're all talking about, the one thing in life that is constant is war. So you're saying that America is so strong, so militarily strong, that we don't have to get in anybody else's business, and that we will maintain our standing as the world.
I understand what you're saying. But at what cost? At what cost?
It's not for you to. It's not for you.
American issues are more important than Ukraine right now.
So let's put this question out there then. What matters of foreign policy do you think we could relieve ourselves of? Like Ukraine, we should just stop. We should just stop.
Just let the whole shit go.
I'm gonna tell you this one.
Because we spent. Here's the thing: we spent the money on Afghanistan. We spent it. You can look the numbers up. We spent the billions there. What was the outcome? What was the outcome?
So remember when I said there is a objective that we get told, and there's an actual objective.
Okay, so in your opinion, what was the outcome in us interfering with Afghanistan?
Let me ask you this question: in the last 20 years, have we waged war with any country that wasn't oil rich?
Well, I mean, why? So what's the purpose? Like we was energy independent.
The purpose?
We was energy independent 19 months ago. We was on the verge of being energy independent. We'd have to, you know what? We don't have. First of all, we don't have to have. America does not have to. America does not have to have.
Here's the issue with energy independence.
We don't have to have that.
This is where our 4-year presidency thing comes into play. Energy independence can't sway with political party. Like the prominence, like what I'm saying is one political party brings it in, the other, does away with it. Right now, my side still doesn't believe climate change is real. So
it's not.
We won't be able to maintain energy independence.
So here's my
it's not a real thing, but
we won't need the Keystone Pipeline if we were energy independent.
But here's my thing,
yes,
though.
We do.
Here's my thing. So they propped up the Taliban for all of these years.
Facts.
To be the worst thing in that to American democracy. Blase, 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 blah. We spent trillions of dollars there.
Yeah.
What was the outcome? They have taken that country back over. Now they're telling us that Putin in Ukraine is the worst thing that's going to happen in the world. The world is over. Blase, blase, blah. All this propaganda about Ukraine. What am I to say that the same thing that happened in Afghanistan, when we spend them trillions of dollars to accomplish one thing, which is to take away Al Qaeda, what am I to say that same investment goes down the river and we're out another $1 trillion?
The same people were saying the same thing too. The same people were saying the same thing.
The surface argument. So I'm gonna play devil's advocate. I get the surface argument you're making because that's what it seems like on the surface. I can't argue that. That's facts on the surface, right? But that goes back to the question I asked you: how many terrorist cells or people? How many of those things can rise to prominence before our national security is a threat? So, what a dollar amount is appropriate enough for us to stop spending on our own safety? Because this is the thing Americans do a lot. You think the world is just this way. You think everybody live in a free market society like we do. Realize how many people bled for that, or still bleeding, I should say, for the stuff that we do every day out here.
Well, believe me, I do agree. We need to be involved in other countries. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
What I am saying is that we cannot afford to go down the Afghanistan route again. That's too much money. We're already hurting as a country.
So I would say
you're not going to scare.
Yeah.
You're not going to treat Ukraine in the same way that we treated Afghanistan and fearmonger people into believing that if we don't invade and we don't do this, we don't do that, the world is going to be over.
That's where we at now, though. That's where we at now.
So what we're doing is bolstering our allies as outlined in the treaty in NATO. We're bolstering our allies and giving money and our weapons for them to fire at the people firing at them. We're not actively engaged in war with Russia. Ukraine.
We're not yet.
It's not even in our best interest to do so.
I mean, why didn't this happen under Donald Trump though?
What do you mean?
Why didn't Russia invade Ukraine?
I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I am not. But the proximity that everybody had, with him going to, I'll keep that to myself. That's an unfinished theory.
No. Why didn't he do this?
I don't like the way conspiracy sounds.
All right, so let me just, in my opinion, America needs a strong military, but at the same time, America needs somebody who's going to do the right politics, walk around, talk to different people, have conversations with people who don't even want. We talk to Saudi Arabia, we talk to North Korea, we talk to India, we talk to Ukraine, talk to Russia. That was the case before, but now it's like, we don't talk to anybody. I don't see, I mean, the conversations, the politics is like, this guy is not really a politician or a businessman, or he doesn't understand the art of the deal, bro.
Guys, there is a show coming up. I don't want it to overlap. Any last words? Thank you guys so much, man. You guys have
thanks, y'all. Y'all been good, man. Appreciate y'all for coming through, and appreciate you, Chaotic. I'll definitely swing back.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, man. Any last words, Gilded? Later, Trigger Mike, Dap?
Oh man, it was a pleasure chopping it up with you fellas.
Absolutely.
We could do it. We should definitely do this again. Absolutely. I love this type of discourse on a myriad of topics, but and I love hearing people's point of view. I don't even think it's right or wrong. It's all education. All right. So I mean, on these particular things, what I will say is mind your own business, meaning even if it's political and something's politically charged, our state in the community, we need to really just stay out of it. Somebody said it up here, like, let's stop minding white man's business. But I mean, it is our country too, but we have our own side of it and our own stage in the race, if you'll say. So I'll just say these type of things are really good to get into. I like this discourse. That's all I'll say. Till next time, fellas.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Gilded.
So I'll say this to end it. There's a direct correlation between when Joe Biden and Hunter Biden pretty much did what they want in the vice presidency, and a lot of their dealings was within the Ukrainian government. You could take a timeline approach to it, the funding, the fact that they were involved in a lot of those elections, the fact that his son did receive funding from the energy company in Ukraine. And to me, it's only logical to see the fact that you have this vested interest, you and your son, in this Ukrainian country that your son benefits from, that you've gotten money from. It's only natural to see the conflict of interest in that. And I believe that that's something that needs to be looked upon. There is a conflict of interest. Why do you receive money from a country that your family is benefiting from?
Yeah.
And you have a elected official seat. So all I'm saying is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If you can make these claims about Trump and Russia, what is to say that we can't make the same claims against Joe Biden, his crackhead son, and the fact that they have benefited from a country that we now send our taxpayer money to defend, and we're treating this country as the new Afghanistan, in my opinion, where we're going to dump trillions of dollars because the world is going to end if we let Ukraine go. The same way the world was going to end if Al-Qaeda got back in power into Afghanistan. And what was the results after trillions of our dollars? And you see the results of that now. You see the trillions of dollars that went to that country that as soon as we left couldn't even defend themselves. They couldn't even defend themselves. We spent all of my life training their army for one moment. They had one job, trillions of dollars, and in one day they got taken over. I think the same thing's going to happen to Ukraine if we continue to do the same things we've been doing with our spending.
And on that note, thank you so much, Gilded.
I agree with him too.
Go ahead, Dap man.
Yeah, it's crazy to me, right? So, and this is common sense, right? We go very, very common sense. Like what he said, this man has a crackhead son, and if you pay attention to when you look at the street and look at what crackheads do, when you give them money, right?
Uh-oh.
When you give them money, what do they do with that money?
They buy either crack or they buy something that has absolutely no value.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you like, I would put him on this, he on this drug, right? So if he gonna do anything to feed him and him and his addiction, and he got several addictions, right? He got a porn addiction,
Well,
right?
no, yeah, that's a harmless vice. But go ahead.
Okay, he got a porn addiction. He out here messing with these strippers in Jezebels, and he out here and he out here smoking crack. Now, if you this is the mindset of these people is if he's doing this, I think he will sell it. A crackhead will sell his soul for some crack.
So do you think he would sell secrets, government secrets? He would sell something.
He would sell government secrets for some crack or some money to buy crack.
Okay.
He would sell everything. He would sell his last pair of shoes for some crack. I'm just saying this, just being from the hood. This is just common sense to me. And if you don't see it, you gotta. If you don't see it, you must never seen a crackhead. And I'm highly doubting it being in America. If you live in America, you've seen a few crackheads before.
I would assume every American, especially that lives in an urban area, has seen a dope fiend. You are correct.
Yeah. So if you just apply the common sense, right, and you see the ones out there trying to wash your windows, be the same one trying to wash your window to be the same one to rob you. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Dap Man. Peace. Guys, we had a hell of a live stream. Guys, hell of a panel. As I already told you, I am not an expert on this topic in terms of the Hunter Biden situation. I gave it my best. And I'm so glad that the gentleman cammed up to assist me in talking about in my opinion, one of the greatest, not great in a great way, but probably will be one of the most infamous scandals in U.S. history. Mark Ashby with the $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Mark Ashby, for serving this country. Thank you so much for being a member of the Lapeef Network. And thank you so much for contributing $50 to the super chat. He says, much love, Trigger Mike, but stop echoing neocons talking points. The rest of the panel, MBRs on the right track. What does MBRS mean? Guys, what does that mean? All lies to divide, conquer, create confusion to usher in great reset, such as the New World Order. Listen to Ron Paul. Ash is a retired United States Air Force man. I'm assuming that's United States Air Force man. Valerie says, thank you, Chaotic. Guys, thank you so much for the super chats. Thank you guys so much. This has been an incredible show. Guys, I will be back next Tuesday for another political talk. Let me see here. Angry Snowman says, I appreciate you letting me cam up and giving my thoughts as well, Chaotic. Absolutely, Angry Snowman. And Angry Snowman, salute to you, sir. And thank you so much for your contribution as well. K. Mensa says, the U.S. has never been an isolationist past World War II. Many or money laundering business of the Biden family goes on. Guys, can we type? Salute to you, K. Mensa. Salute to you. I need a period at the end. But salute to you, K. Mensa. D. Berm says, what TF are you talking about? I think Biden is terrible, but you are ignorant. I know. A normal man says BLM has ties to Russia. It's documented. Oh, come on now. Now we know that's not true. Let me see. Grant Central Station says nothing but talking points from the right-wing, low-information people. It's your opinion. Let me see. Let me see. I'm trying to read some of these comments. Black Thought says, do you guys know how many politicians bought stock in these military companies right before the war? Both sides had a vested interest. military companies. I didn't. Let me see. Like Halliburton, you mean? Let me see something real quick. Let me see, because I'm okay. Hold on for a second. Maybe let me see something. Not Halliburton. I didn't mean to say Halliburton. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh, right. So like Raytheon Technologies, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, General Dynamics, all military companies. Yeah, yeah. Well, war is business. War is business. I mean, you know. Let me see. A normal man says Jay Speed saved them slave tears for next Tuesday. Wow. Let me see. Damn Deluxe says, I hope you're doing a show tonight, CT. No, I'm not. I will be doing one on I will be doing one tomorrow. But thank you so much, Damn Deluxe. Salute to you. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to get through the comments here. Black Thought says, CT, what dirt could other countries have on him that must remain hidden? I'm assuming you're talking about Hunter Biden. Well, I mean, honestly, he's pretty transparent with his dirt at this point. Deb the Luck said, I better have a show tonight. Nah, I'm not gonna have a show tonight. But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me see. Thank you so much. Black Prophet says, good show today. Love the topic. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. LaDon says, I bought stock in Lockheed Martin. Yeah, great company. Great damn company. Dark Lake says, Afrofuturism is an important concept, but so is our past. We should always know what happened to us in this country. That's your opinion. And I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you, but I guess we can agree to disagree. I think learning about the past has held us back as a people. I think learning about the future is a lot better, or anticipating a future is a lot better. Salute to you, though, Dark Lake Revive. Thank you so much. Let me see. Halliburton was Dick Cheney's company. It was. Bin Laden got blamed and Hussein got bombed. Shout out, Chaotic. Thank you so much. Michael A says, what about Candace Owens? What about her? What about her? She's awesome. I can tell you that. Okay, guys, I'm still trying to read the rest of these comments. Guys, please stay tuned for the next show coming up. Guys, thank you so much for coming to the Political Talk on Tuesday. It's been an incredible show, man. Let me see who else is here. Jay Speed again says, oh, he's talking to himself in the chat. Guys, thank you so much, man. I'm out of here. Peace.